Selamat pagi Pak Ketut Dharma. Terima kasih sudah hadir. Mohon maaf, kami lagi menunggu beberapa tamu untuk hadir di Zoom meeting.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the conference, I kindly ask you all to turn on your video and mute your microphone. The Honorable Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of Patimura University, Professor Dr. F. Loakabesi, MPD. The Honorable, our keynote speakers, Professor Trena L. Wilkerson, PhD, as the President of the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics from Baylor University School of Education, Texas, USA. The Honorable Professor T.S. Dr. Muhammad Hijoli from University Technology Malaysia. The Honorable Professor Naoya Sukita, PhD from Kumamoto University, Kyushu, Japan. The Honorable Professor Dr. Jose Maria P. Balmaceda from University of the Philippines. The Honorable Professor Alan L. White, PhD from University of Western Sydney, Australia. The Honorable Dr. Panupong Fishet Kunakorn from Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand. The Honorable, our invited speakers, Profesor Wahyu Widada, MPD from Universitas Bengkulu, Indonesia. The Honorable Dr. Muhtadi Intan Detiana, MSI from Institut Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia. The Honorable Dr. Fajar Adikusumo, MSI from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. The Honorable Dr. Ruli Syaritas Indra Prahmana, SSI, MPD from Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. The Honorable Dean of Teachers Training and Educational Faculty, Professor Dr. Tricia Lawrence, MPD. The Honorable Head of Science and Mathematics Department, Dr. A.L. Palinusa, MPD. The Honorable Chairman of Mathematics Education Study Program, Dr. Chela Mena, SPD, MSc, along with the ranks, and our beloved participants and all invited guests. Welcome to the first International Conference on Mathematics and Mathematics Education 2020, with the theme, Improving Mathematics Skills for New Normal Education. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening for all of us. First of all, let us praise our God for His blessings that we all can attend this event. My name is Adele, and it's an awesome change for me to be your master of ceremony at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, I will read today's agenda as opening ceremony, plenary session 1 and session 2 for keynote speakers, lunch and break, parallel session 1 for invited speakers and session 2 for oral presentation, and after that, closing ceremony. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the conference, please join us to sing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. I kindly invite you all to stand up. Please have a seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, step on to the following agenda are speeches. To begin this conference, we are pleased to invite the chairman of the first International Conference on Mathematics and Mathematics Education 2020, Dr. Sheila Mena, SPD, MSc, to deliver the welcoming speech. Mrs. Lamena, line yours.
Distinguished Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Patimura University, Distinguished Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, distinguished keynote speaker and invited speakers, Honorable Professor in Department of Mathematics Education, Profesor Dr. Tegera Tumanan MPD, Profesor Dr. Teresia Lawrence MPD, and Profesor Dr. Wilmince Mataheru MPD. Honorable guests, committee, presenters, and all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan. Good morning and good evening. Welcome to the first International Conference on Mathematics and Mathematics Education 2020 at Patimura University, Kampus Orang Basudara. First of all, I would like to thank to God Almighty for His blessing to all of us, for gathering us in this conference, and we still held, however, in the pandemic COVID-19. The pandemic has changed most aspects of human life, including mathematics education, so that we need to make effort to carry out quality mathematics education even in the pandemic. This conference is the first international conference which held by the Department of Mathematics Education, and we hope to be continued in the following years. So we need support from university and our faculty. I will inform in this conference, we have 6 keynote speakers, 4 invited speakers, 145 presenters, and 183 participants. Presenters are students, mathematics teachers, and lecturers come from various colleges in Indonesia. In this time, I would like to thank for our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Trena L. Wilkerson, PhD, President of NCTM from Baylor University School of Education, Texas, USA, Professor T.S. Dr. Muhammad Hisham Lee from University Technology Malaysia, Professor Jose Maria Balmakeda from University of Philippines, Professor Naoyasu Kita, PhD from Kumamoto University, Japan, Professor Alan L. White, PhD from University of Western Sydney, Australia, and Dr. Panupong Vichit Kunakorn from Prince of Songla University, Thailand. And for invited speaker, Profesor Dr. Wahyu Widada, MPD from Universitas Bengkulu, Indonesia, Dr. Muktadi Intan Detiana, MSI from Institut Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia, Dr. Fajar Adi Kusumo, MSI from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia, and Dr. Ruli Karitas Indra Pramana, MPD from Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Indonesia. I would like to thank to Rector Patimura University, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Dean and Vice Dean for your support, especially financial support, so this conference can be carried out. Head and Secretary of PSDKU Unpati, Prof. Loli and Prof. Ratumanan, who have provided a Zoom account for us to use. All participants, all presenters, thank you for your attending. And for my small teams, thank you for your hard work and your responsibility. We would like to invite Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Patimura University, Professor Dr. F. Lewakabesi, MPD, to address his opening speech and officially open the first international conference on mathematics and mathematics education. Finally, have a good conference. Hopefully, the knowledge and experience we receive can reach us in improving mathematics skill for new normal education and the better mathematics education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Lamena, for the welcoming speech. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to us to have the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of Patimura University to deliver the opening speech, and afterward, we'll officially open the conference. Mr. Lewakabesi, the line is yours. T, the line is yours.
Yes. Sorry, Adel. Thank you, Adel Titale, Master of Ceremony in this conference. Good morning and good evening for all participants and speaker of this webinar. Special for Dean and Vice Dean Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Patimura University. Keynote speaker, Prof. Trena L. Wilkerson, PhD, President of NCTM from Baylor University School of Education, Texas, USA. Prof. TS Dr. Muhammad Hisham Lee from University Technology Malaysia. Profesor Jose Maria P. Balmaceda from University of Philippines. Prof. Naoyasu Kita, PhD from Kumamoto University, Japan. Prof. Alan L. White, PhD from University Western Sydney, Australia. Dr. Panupong Pichikunakom from Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. And invite speaker, Professor Dr. Wahyu Widadai PD from Universitas Bengkulu, Indonesia. Dr. Mutadi Intan Detiana, MSc from Institut Teknologi Bandung. Dr. Fajar Adi Kusumo, MSc from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. And Dr. Luli Karitas Indra Prahmana, MPD from Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, shalom, om santi om, namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Before we get started, I would like to express my appreciation to organizing committee who generously helped to us this seminar come through. Today, this time of pandemic situation, everything has already solved, including our education. The pandemic situation already solved all the things we know as normal or something new called new normal, for instance, in education. This condition serve our traditional learning. In conclusion, this pandemic implies the need to adaptation, adapt digital learning in the tools for us survive in this area, special geography characteristic. Indonesian geographic characteristic, the constant in thousands of Iceland, make this situation more challenging. For instance, we in the eastern part Indonesian doesn't have no information and telecommunication infrastructure to help or support the digital learning development in our region. Therefore, Patimura University, in particular faculty teacher training and education, still support the development of digital learning through innovative research for the archipelago region. So in the long term, we can help education by bringing in net digital learning. Finally, I would like once again thank all the committee members for organizing this conference and ensures the project smoothly. I would also like the applause for any in conference that you might experience during this conference. Thank you. Stay safe, stay healthy. Terima kasih untuk this conference dan thank you for all and all speaker.
Thank you, Professor Eddy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Eddy.
Thank you, Mr. Lewakabesi, for the opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, before we step on to the first session, we will have a photo session. So please be ready with your video on. I will count from 1, 2, 3, cheers. Once more, 1, 2, 3, cheers. Once more, 1, 2, 3, cheers. Once more, 1, 2, 3, cheers. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start session 1 of the conference. This session will be guided by our moderator, Mr. Dharma Nilawayan, MPD. For Mr. Dharma, the line is yours.
Okay, thank you, Adeline. Once again, good morning and good evening to all keynote speakers, to all invited speakers, and to all participants. Now, we are going to start our conference in session 1. According to the schedule, in this session, we have 6 keynote speakers. So in order to maintain the time, I want to run this conference in panel discussion. I will split this session in 2 parts. In first part, 3 keynote speakers will present the paper, and each of them have 30 minutes. After all of them present their papers, and then we continue with questions and answer session. For questions and answer session, we have 20 minutes. Okay. And also for the second part, have the same rule as the first one. Okay. We will start this conference from the first keynote speaker, Professor Trina Wilkerson. But before it, I want to emphasize to all participants, please mute your microphone during this presentation to all presenters. Okay. And also, I would like to ask you if you have questions to pose to keynote speakers, during this presentation. You can type your questions in chat box, or if you want to directly post your questions to keynote speakers, then you can click on the icon raise hand, but after all presentations. Okay. Now we start with Professor Trina Wilkerson. Uh, do we have? Okay. Good. Good evening, Professor Wilkerson.
Thank you. Good evening.
How are you?
I am well. I am
Okay.
well. Looking
Thank
forward to
you.
this.
Wow. Thank you for attending this conference, and we're very grateful to have you here.
Thank you.
Okay. Before presenting your paper, I would like to introduce you in briefly. Okay, the host, can I share my screen? Wait a second. Okay. Okay. To all participants, our first keynote speaker is Professor Trina L. Wilkerson, PhD. Uh, the topic of her paper today is connecting effective mathematics practices and mathematical practice. For her academic record, she graduated from East Central Junior College, Decatur, Mississippi, for her ES degree. For Bachelor of Science, he graduated from Mississippi College, Clinton, Mississippi in 1976 with major mathematics and minor education. Her Master of Education in Mathematics Education from Southeastern University, uh, Louisiana University in Hammond, Louisiana, graduated in 1980. Her PhD in Curriculum and Instruction with major mathematics from University of Southern Mississippi, Hattiesburg, Mississippi. And she holds professor from Baylor University. Recently, she is a lecturer at Baylor University School of Education in Texas, USA. About publication, she has published 45 journals, 10 books and chapters, 20 proceedings, 18 edited manuscripts for mathematics teaching in middle school, quick reads department. Her Scopus ID is 560 and 700. Currently, she is the president of National Council of Teachers of Mathematics. Okay, Professor Wilkerson, the line is yours, please.
Thank you. May I share my screen?
Okay. Host, please. Please, host, please set Professor Wilkerson as co-host so she can share her screen.
It's already pro. Line is yours.
Thank you. Give me just 1 minute. I need to stop sharing, I think. And can you tell me what you see?
We haven't seen anything yet, Professor.
Okay,
Sorry.
let me see. It seems that I am not able to share right now.
The host,
Okay,
please.
how about this? Let's see.
Okay,
All
finally.
right.
Thank you.
All right. Can you tell me what you see?
The first page of your presentation.
All
It's the
right.
title. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Hang on just 1 minute. Almost there. All right, and now do you actually see the presentation? Whoops. Hang on. All right, do you see just my screen or do you see my notes as well?
Same as previous, Professor. We haven't seen your screen yet. That was your screen, but just in a few seconds, and then it's vanished again.
Okay, let me try. All right, do you see the screen now?
No, Professor.
No? Oh my goodness. Hang on. How about now?
No, not yet. No.
Dr. Lamina, do you have any suggestions? Because I can see it from my end.
Please try again, Prof.
Okay.
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 Okay, it's
Okay,
already.
Professor.
All right.
Okay.
How about now?
Okay.
All right.
Very
Do
clear.
you
Okay.
just see the screen itself though, and not my notes?
Oh, your note. It's the full screen. We see
Full
it very
screen.
clear. Okay.
Perfect, perfect. Okay, thank you. Wonderful. Well, thank you for your patience and thank you for this invitation. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
so much being a part of your first international conference on mathematics and mathematics education. And I really appreciate, Dr. Lamina, your invitation and for your work and your committees on putting this conference together. So I'm looking forward to our discussions. And thank you, Mr. Dharma, also for the kind introduction that you provided.
Thank you, Professor. You're welcome.
All right. So I would like to share with you about connecting effective mathematics teaching practices and mathematical practices. Now, bring you greetings from the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics. In this session, I would like to share some recommendations about mathematics education, particularly around our Catalyzing Change initiative. I also want to share about effective, equitable mathematics teaching practices, also about mathematical processes and practices we want for our students, and then we will address a few questions and challenges and perhaps some opportunities as well. In 2018, NCTM released Catalyzing Change for high school, and in it we talked about some various recommendations that I will share with you in a moment for us to think about the future of mathematics education. If we think about it in the secondary or the high school area, then we also have to consider the implications for the other grades, elementary and what we refer to as middle school. And so in this current year, 2020, we released versions of this same document, this position, as well for the other grade levels. I have placed the link in your chat box, I do believe, all right? So in that document, there are 4 recommendations. The first one is about broadening the purposes of learning mathematics. The second one is thinking about the equitable structures we need in order to teach mathematics. The third one is implementing equitable mathematics instruction, which is the one I'll talk about today. The last recommendation is about developing deep mathematical understanding. In each one of these, and I'll share this document with you in the chat box a little bit later, but in each one of these, there are these 4 recommendations across all of the grade bands. And they're very similar in nature, but have some nuances, particularly for those grade levels. For example, the one that we want to talk about today is about equitable, effective mathematics teaching instruction. What is that? What does it look like? And why do we want to do this? So at the elementary grade, we talk about using research-informed and equitable teaching practices that nurture children's positive mathematical identities and strong sense of agency. At the middle school grade levels, the math instruction should also be consistent with the research-informed and equitable teaching practices that foster students' positive mathematical identities and strong sense of agency in the learning of mathematics. And then for high school, the classroom instruction should be consistent with research-informed and equitable teaching practices. So at all grade levels, it is imperative that we address equitable, effective mathematics teaching practices. In particular, the first one I've shared with you already about the research-informed and equitable approach to teaching mathematics. The second one is really thinking about fostering students' positive mathematical identity and sense of agency so that they feel like they are thinkers and doers of mathematics. The third one is thinking about our own intentional planning as teachers and the reflection on the data that we collect from our students, what we understand about their mathematical thinking. The fourth one is we need to approach this from what we refer to as an asset view rather than a deficit view. In other words, we need to truly believe that all students can and do learn mathematics, and we need to approach the teaching in that way. And then the last is, in order to have these equitable, effective mathematical instructional practices, we need to have opportunities to collaboratively plan. We need to have time to do that and the professional support. So in addition, as was mentioned earlier, we're in the midst of COVID-19, and it has been quite an experience this year in 2020, all over the world, globally. So in response to the pandemic, here in the United States, we began to think about, with our partners, NCSM, who are mathematics leaders in education, we worked with them to think about how can we support students and teachers as they begin to think about going back to school. Because for a long time, classrooms were closed. But then we began to go back in different ways. We had various technologies, and then now, in this time that we have now, our students, some of them are in the classroom, in the 4-wall classrooms, and some are still learning virtually. In that document, there were 3 areas that we considered critical to think about. The first had to do with the structures. The second had to do with teaching practices. And the third had to do with advocacy, so that we could ensure that each and every student received the kind of mathematics education that they need and deserve. In particular, this evening, or in the morning for you all, I would like to talk a little bit more about the teaching practices. What are the kinds of practices that we need to be doing in the classroom that will best support our students in their learning? So NCTM in 2014 released Principles to Action. In this document, it outlined 8 effective teaching practices. The first one was establish mathematical goals to focus the learning. This is what we want students to know and understand and to learn in the mathematics. The second one was implement tasks that promote reasoning and problem solving. So selecting the kinds of tasks that would do that. The third one was to use in our own teaching various multiple representations of mathematics and make connections, whether this is in the visual, the verbal, in text, graphical representations, many different types of representation. The fourth one was to facilitate meaningful mathematical discourse. In other words, the discussion and the conversations that the teacher has with the students have with the teacher, and the students have with each other. We need to work on practices that really facilitate this so that it is meaningful. The next practice has to do with posing purposeful questions. We know how important questioning is, but the idea is to really think about what are the types of questions that we could and should be asking, and what kinds of questions should our students be asking as well? And how can these be purposeful so that they have a meaning behind why they're being asked, and that there are varying levels, that they're not just simple answers, but ones in which students are able to explain their thinking. The next practice has to do with connecting procedural and conceptual understanding. We know both are vital for student learning. They need to understand things conceptually, but there are also procedures that help us to be more effective and more efficient and more fluent in mathematics. But we need to build the procedural from the conceptual and support them both. The next practice has to do with productive struggle. This one is one that we often sometimes think about students who struggle in mathematics as a negative thing, as a bad thing. But what this practice talks about is how do we create an environment where students are challenged, but that struggle is productive, that they're making progress, that they are learning, and that they're problem solving. And they, as I mentioned earlier, challenged in learning the mathematics, okay? But not so much struggle that they quit or they don't want to move forward, but instead, how can our effective practices support that productive struggle? And the last one is elicit and use evidence of student thinking. And this is where we find out what students are understanding and the different ways that they are understanding it, and then how we can use that to make instructional decisions. One of the things that NCTM did in order to help with these high leverage mathematical teaching practices is we also developed a series called Taking Action that helped us to think about how you put these into place in a classroom. And in particular, organize those 8 practices in this format that you see here. First and foremost are the goals. And then we have to think about the tasks that we're selecting, and then how we're building that conceptual and procedural understanding. And then the others all revolve around this idea of facilitating mathematical discourse, the questions that are asked, getting student understanding of thinking, what they are thinking about and how they're problem solving, helping to make those mathematical representations and connections in those, and then that productive struggle where students are challenged and continue to learn. Now, what I would like for us to think about, though, is when we think about those practices as practicing teachers, what are the mathematical practices that we want our students to develop over pre-kindergarten all the way up through high school and then post-secondary as well? There are mathematical processes and practices that we want students to be developing. And this is a list of 12 that have been organized from our NCTM document, Principles and Standards for School Mathematics, also the National Governors Association and our Common Core State Standards Group, the Governors Group, put together standards as well that listed these practices and processes, and then the National Research Council as well. So these are a list of about 12 practices, and there may be more, but these are ones that we think of when we think of mathematical understanding. We want students to make sense of problems. We want students to be able to persevere. In other words, to move through those challenges and not stop. The second one was we want students to be able to reason both quantitatively and abstractly for deep mathematical understanding. In the third one, we want students to develop ways of being able to provide justifications and arguments, to share their understanding, to be able to defend why they worked a problem a certain way or how they came to a particular solution. And that leads to being able to communicate mathematically using mathematical language. The fourth one sounds maybe kind of odd, critiquing the reasoning of others, but one of the things that happens in the classroom when teachers are implementing these practices is thinking about how students share their understanding. Well, when students are sharing their understanding, then their peers, their fellow students, need to be able to understand what they're thinking about. Can they critique it? Do they understand if that student is thinking correctly, or do they have an alternate way of thinking about the problem? The fifth one is mathematical modeling, being able to model both with statistics, graphically, geometrically, etc., real world kinds of happenings, for example, the pandemic, and being able to model what is actually happening and being able to understand and interpret that data or that analysis. The sixth one is being able to pick the kinds of tools that you need to use, whether they be technological tools or others, but being able to know which ones to use and to use them well in order to problem solve. The seventh one, being reasonable and precise. You know, can you determine when you do find a solution, is it reasonable? Have you attended to precision where it's appropriate? The eighth one are the connections in mathematics, both within the mathematics and in outside context. And as I said, with the pandemic now, we know how important it is to be able to understand mathematically things in context. But we also need to be able to understand mathematics within itself and how the concepts are connected. The ninth one is understanding patterns in mathematics. That's what mathematics is about, and understanding the structure behind mathematics. Another process that we want for students is to really cultivate and grow both strategic and procedural competencies. The 11th one are productive dispositions. That's that positive attitude and positive approach to mathematics, believing that they can do the mathematics. All right. And then the last one connects to number 8 with the various connections I mentioned, but this is the idea of multiple representations. So what I would like for us to talk about for just a few minutes is how these are connected. So when you think about the practices for students and the processes, and you think about the practices that we're doing as teachers, how are they connected? How can our practices in instruction support students' development of mathematical processes and practices? And what we're finding is there are many different links. This is simply one example of thinking about how they're linked. They're not isolated, but they're actually linked. So first and foremost, it is essential that the goals be set and that these are clear. These are what it is that you want our students to learn and be able to do with the mathematics. It's foundational for everything else. But then the mathematical teaching practice about selecting really critical tasks that are very important. One way this connects is helping students to be able to persevere and to problem solve and make sense of problems. So the kinds of tasks that we choose are very important. These kinds of tasks that we choose also help us to think about how students will make connections. So the task itself that we choose really helps students to develop mathematical practices around making connections and making sense of problems and persevering. In the same way, we talked about teachers need to use representations in different ways themselves. Well, that in itself then helps students to develop their own use of multiple representations. It also connects to the modeling we want students to be able to do. And it also helps support them in developing, knowing what types of tools and materials they need to use in order to explore a particular mathematical problem. And all of these ideas behind representations help our students with their mathematical practices. And the fourth one here is about discourse. And this, of course, is what the conversations and the discussions that actually happen within the classroom. And one of the things that's important about this is in the midst of that discourse that teachers are implementing and planning for in their classroom, how does this help our students? Well, it helps them to learn how to justify, how to critique other students' reasoning, how to communicate mathematically. So it gives them an opportunity to both verbally and in writing and with technology and various tools to be able to do that. To give you another example, one of the mathematical teaching practices had to do with purposeful questioning. So teachers are planning for the types of questions that they need to ask in a particular lesson. This helps students with thinking about developing their own reasoning and to be able to think abstractly and quantitatively. The mathematical teaching practice about fluency with both procedures and concepts. This helps our students in thinking about the reasonableness of something, a solution that they found, or the precision that they need to use. Or it also helps in the understanding of pattern and structure. Now, pattern instruction is a good example to share that this is not the only place that it links. It links in many ways, but one of the ways is this idea of developing concepts and understanding procedures that can help students to understand the mathematical structures that are evident. The next one had to do with the productive struggles. In this one, if teachers are planning for the productive struggle and how to choose the task and those kinds of things in order to support productive struggle in the classroom, then this will help our students to make sense of problems and to be able to persevere. It will also help them to develop productive dispositions that will allow them to be challenged in the mathematics classroom and work at a high level and reach high expectations. And then the last mathematical teaching practice was about student thinking. And one of the things about this, teachers trying to elicit and understand student thinking, this helps our students to understand why it's so important to be able to justify, to be able to communicate mathematically, and be able to critique the reasoning of others. So the idea is to think about, what are we learning, especially in this pandemic era? What are we learning that we can carry forward? We're learning things like it's essential to support mathematical discourse in the classroom. It's important to understand the technology tools that are available for us to use and the manipulatives, and especially to be creative in these unusual times. We need to attend to the diversity of students. We have students from very diverse backgrounds and being able to meet their needs. We are finding that it is still critical for students to be able to collaborate. And this is really key for teachers and students. And then the last one, we are learning that we need to plan intentionally and that this is something that we can carry over into the future. So one of the quotes in Principles to Action says, effective teaching is the non-negotiable core that ensures that all students learn mathematics at high levels and that such teaching requires a range of actions at all levels, at the school level, with the classroom, and across a state or a country. So it is essential. It's not something we can avoid. We must look at effective practices that support the students. But we have challenges. In the midst of COVID, we in the United States, and I'm sure this is all over the world, all of our students don't have access to the internet, for example. They don't have the technological tools. And that's been a challenge for some of our students, some of our teachers as well. Even when we have students who are going back into the classroom, being able to understand how to do this in the sense of social distancing, because group work looks very different because you can't be close together. You have to wear masks. So there are many challenges. So another challenge has to do with teacher training to help teachers to learn to use these things. And then helping teachers and students to understand the connections between the teaching practices and the math practices. But we have a lot of opportunities as well. And that's what I would like to close with. We have the opportunity to really develop a strong mathematical community in mathematics education. Collaborative planning is key. Connecting math teachers in whatever ways that we can so they can plan together. Having resources available, providing professional development. Engaging in these effective practices, observing one another and giving feedback, learning from each other. Researching these practices, which ones are effective and under what circumstances. And then we need to think about our teacher education and how we're preparing teachers as well. So this is the essential question that I leave you with. We have learned and what we can learn to support teacher growth and development around effective instruction. That's what's going to move us forward in how these effective mathematical teaching practices impact student learning, how they empower students mathematically, and how they support their development of essential mathematical processes and practices. So we need to look at what have we learned and what can we learn in our current situation that we can move forward on. So I thank you for this time together, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Trina Wilkerson. Really interesting and really meaningful. Okay, we hope you still with us until the third keynote speaker finishes his presentation. So,
certainly, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Okay, I would like to remind all participants once again, because I have checked on the chat box. I haven't found any questions yet. So I hope during this presentation, if you have any questions, please type your questions in chat box, or you can prepare your questions, and after this all presentation finished, then you can ask directly to any keynote speakers. Okay, thank you. Now we continue to the second keynote speakers, Professor T.S. Dr. Muhammad Hisham Lee. Okay. Do we have Professor Hisham Lee?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh,
Good
good
morning.
morning. Professor. Good to have you here. How are
Yeah,
you?
fine, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, Professor. Before you present your paper, I would like to introduce you in briefly. Okay. Wait, wait. Okay. Sorry. Please wait for a while. Be patient, please. Okay. Sorry, I cannot share my screen in full from this moment. So I hope you can see my screen. Okay. Sorry. Sorry. Uh, our second keynote speaker is Professor T.S. Muhammad Hisham Lee. Okay. He holds Bachelor of Science in Statistics from University Kebangsaan Malaysia in 1991, and also for his Master of Science in Statistics. And he holds his PhD in Mathematics from University Technology Malaysia in 2003. And presently, he is Professor of Statistics at University of Technology Malaysia since 2013. Uh, he has published many papers, so I just make resume in important points. In 5 years, since 2015 to 2019, he has published 63 articles, and all of them indexed. Scopus has Scopus indexed. Uh, in key one and key two is 30 articles, and those journals have impact factor 78.409. So you can see in detail in his ID, Scopus author ID. Uh, he also member from various organizations, but in here I only present some of them. Uh, while the first one is a life membership of Malaysian Mathematical Science Society, World Persama, since 1999 until present, and also life membership of Institute Statistics of Malaysia. Uh, he holds vice president in 2012 until 2014, and he also a member of Islamic Countries Society for Statistical Sciences since 2010 until present. Okay, Professor Muhammad Isyamli, the line is yours, please.
Thank you.
Okay. Host, please set Professor Isyamli as co-host.
Can you view this one?
Okay, very clear and
Very
full
clear.
screen. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Terima kasih, moderator, Mr. Dharma, for
You're
your
welcome, Professor.
kind introductions. Very good morning to all my friends, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and students. Thank you very much for attending today's sessions. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate Patimura University, especially the Faculty of Education and Teacher Trainings for successfully organize this first international conference on mathematics and mathematics educations 2020. Indeed, improving mathematics skill is essential for our nations to ensure relevancies in the modern era, particularly in the pandemic's current new norms. This conference deems as a prompt and appropriate in addressing essential aspects of improving mathematics skills. A huge congratulations to this organizer conference. I acknowledge it takes much hard work to make this conference a successful and memorable event. So therefore, I would like to congratulate the organizer team's member for this extraordinary setup. Indeed, all participants can benefit from this event. Surely this conference will inspire creativity and also innovations. A big congratulations again to Patimura University for a well-organized conference. I firmly believe this will be an excellent opportunity for researchers to check out the latest advancements in mathematics, mathematics educations. And this open up opportunity and for encouraging collaboration among us. So it's a great pleasure to meet everyone here today and meet other keynote and invited speakers of this conference. I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Christina, I believe he's here, and his team for inviting me to these remarkable events. Last but not least, I would like to thank Associate Professor Dr. Suhartono from ITS for extending the invitation to me. So today I will speak about one of the works I have done recently with my colleges and PhD students. Yeah. So I'd like to start off with mention that new application science advancements have made classification with high dimensional features a strong interest in recent scientific investigations and applications. Feature selection is a common known issue in sparse logistic regressions. So researchers introduce regularization technique such as we call as lasso, least absolute shrinkage and selection operator, and also SCAD and also additive lasso, basically to string the regression coefficient towards zero. High dimension data refer to a situation where the number of explanatory variables exceed the numbers of observations in data matrix.
Iya.
Okay, here are some of the examples for sparse logistic regressions. You can find it in genomics, chemometrics, pattern recognitions, econometric, and so forth. So as for sparse logistic regressions, is important in many research areas, especially explains the relationship between the response variables of interest and with several explanatory variables. When dealing with high dimensional data, the design matrix X, normally we have more columns than rows. Then we can normally will encounter multi-collinearity issues and also singular issue in terms of the metrics. Here's some of the challenges when doing logistics, sparse logistic regressions. So the traditional estimation methods, the OLS, ordinary least square methods, basically perform poorly. We have issue in terms of the Hessian matrix. Basically, it's not full rank. We have issue in terms of the iteration metrics, and Newton-Raphson methods and so forth cannot work well. Also facing issue including model overfittings, estimations, and so forth, prediction issues. For variable selections, play a vital role in sparse logistic regression modelings, especially in high-dimensional data. The idea is basically select a subset of important variables from the total variables. Here is the research problems. Penalized method have drawback such as facing the biasness, inconsistencies, okay, and also lack of oracle properties, lack of in terms of encouraging group effects, have issue in terms of robustness. And for the estimation of the betas, if you're using the OS, MLE, and so forth, neither correct in using the initial weight when there is high correlated, okay, meaning that there is issue in terms of multi-correlativities. And also have issue, as mentioned here, that the P is greater than the N's. And for the lasso and elastic net and some other method, basically is inconsistent in variable selections, or sometimes we call as feature selections. Large coefficients, okay, can cause L1 non-bias because large coefficient will take more considerable penalties. Here are the research questions. How to propose adaptive penalized method instead of existing method to improve the accuracies, okay, prediction accuracy. What is the significant gains that achievable when proposed new methods here? What are the best criteria of performing the proposed method and how it can be carried out? And how can the proposed additive penalized method be applied in the real life? So I'm going to show some of this. Here is our aims and objectives. So the study aims to determine the sparse logistic regression modeling's accuracy on microarray genes expressions, high dimensional features. So we're going to talk about the genes expressions dealing with logistic regression modelings. So the objective here, basically, we try to improve the sparse logistic regression models, variable selections with adaptive penalized methods. So today we're going to introduce the new adaptive penalized methods. And we're going to compare the proposed method with several penalized methods, such as lasso, SCAD, and adaptive lasso. To assess the proposed method classification performance, so we're going to use performance metrics such as classification accuracy, sensitivities, and specificity. Next is the information about the penalized methods. So penalized method has shown to be successful in handling high dimensional data. So the idea is using the shrinkage, okay, to improve the size constraints on the parameters. So this is the estimating the betas, okay, introducing the penalized terms here. So lambda j beta here is the penalized terms, which depends on the positive tuning parameters. This is the tuning parameters, the lambda. A solution for performing variable estimations and model estimation in high dimensional data simultaneously. So the good thing for penalized method, they can do the high dimensionals and doing it simultaneously. Okay, can do the estimations and also variable selections simultaneously. So a penalty terms basically added to the likelihood functions. So basically, this is to control the complexities of the models and to provide criteria for variable selections by introducing some constraints. This constraint can force some parameters to be exactly zeros. Okay, the amount of penalties basically is a trade-off between the variance and the bias of the selection models. So the trade-off is something like this, okay, between the bias and the variance. Okay, if we have a small amounts lead to select more explanative variables with little bias, bit high, but the issue is we're going to have a high variance. If the penalty is large amount, this will lead to few explanative variables, but this will occur with a high bias, but with less variance. So it's a trade-off between these two. So a good choice for the amount of penalty terms will improve the predictions accuracies. So this we're going to do it, going to show you later. Okay, so this is one of the popular methods, the rich recreations method, introduced back in 1970s. So handle the issue in terms of multi-colorities. They string the regression coefficients towards zero by adding L2 norms penalties. Okay, hence the variance of the parameter estimate are reduced. Okay, so at the trade-off, the estimated parameters are biased. Okay, the applicables in high dimensional data, it does not have capability to perform variable selections. Okay, this is the first penalized methods introduced back in 1970s. After that, in 1996, Tipshorani introduced what we call as lasso. So adding a L1 norms penalty to the likelihood functions. So it can perform variable selection by assigning some explanatory variables coefficient to zero. But the shortcoming is cannot select more explanatory variables than the numbers of observations. So select one variable among the high correlated variables. So then they do not have the oracle properties. And we have other methods introduced like elasticnet, correlated base, additive lasso, okay, by Zhao back in 2006, and also other methods, okay. So I'm going to show you the formulations for these methods. This is the formulation for rich regression to estimate the beta. As you can see here, so this is the formulas. And for the lasso, so this is the formula. Basically, it's the absolute of this beta. Here is the beta square there. So the additive basically using the weighted of this. Lasso cannot select more P than N. So Lasso try to select one variables among correlated variable where there is a group of correlated variables. So this Lasso, they do not have these oracle properties. So we're going to start off with penalized logistic regression. How we're going to do it? So let or suppose Y be a Bernoulli random variables. So you have only two outcomes of options with parameters n. So basically you have false or truth. Okay. Then we have this x1 until xn is the independent random variables of x. So the response variables y have a Bernoulli distribution. So this is the Bernoulli distributions. So I is from 1 to n. Then we have the conditional probability for this y, okay, is equal to 1 given x. So this is the things, okay. So the conditional probability for y equals to 1. So you only have 1 and 0 because this is Bernoulli. So we are interested in 1, the success. Okay, so this is the formulas. And J is 1 to P. P will be the variables, number of variables. Next, this is the likelihood functions of the samples. So as you can see, so this is the likelihood functions. So basically we add these terms. Then we have the log livelihood functions. So this is additional log here. So this is the formulations. And next we have this penalized logistic regression model. So we define as this. So just now we already have this part. So we're going to add this lambda j here. This lambda is the tuning parameter. So it's always a positive number there. So the j of beta here is the penalty functions. So the L1 penalizations of lasso is something like this. They're introduced by Tipsoroni back in 1996, right? So this is the maximum likelihood solutions, okay, for lasso. Okay, so this is the formulations. So the issue is mentioned just now, cannot select more than n variables, okay, cannot make group selections, equally penalty for all variable coefficients, and so forth. So this is the additive lasso introduced by Zhao. So this is the formulations. As you can see, we have the lambda there. So you have this one, the gamma. Okay, you have the beta initials. So it's mentioned here. So the different weight are used to penalize different coefficients in the L1 norm. This is our proposed method. Okay, so suppose Wj is the weight inside the L1 norm as follow. So this is Wj. So this is the weightage that we're going to use from J1 to P. So where the Jx is the weight for every predictor variables J. That is defined something like this. So you have these terms. Xj basically is the column J across all rows. And for this one, the sigma square Wj, so is this one. Basically is the weighted variance. Okay, it's the weighted variance of column J across columns, whereby belongs to two class. We only have two class here. Okay, we have the success and failures. So basically, we are looking at the binary. So this is the computational algorithms for the introduced method. We call adaptive, okay, penalized logistic regressions. So basically here we need to categorize each independent variable xj based on this. Then we're going to find the mean and the variance. We're going to compute the weighted sigma square here. Then we're going to compute the j, then the weight, okay, and so forth. So eventually you solve this. The good thing about the proposed method, equation have a convex forms which ensure a global maximum point and can be efficiently solved. Okay, the coordinate distance method can be used to solve the APLR. Okay, this is the data sets. Okay, we're going to use for today talk. So this is the data set. So we have the colons, cancers, prostate, we have this and so forth. This is the sample. This is the genes or the variables. As you can see, the genes are more than the samples or the observations. And the classification, we only have two. Okay, just as I mentioned, the K equals to 2 or success and failure. For example, colon, you have tumors and normal. You have the tumors and so forth. This one, we have the malignance or benign, okay, for the breast cancer, and sick or not normal for this. So we're going to use these 5 data set, okay, to test our method and do some comparisons. So here's some of the description for the data set. So this is a popular data set we use. For colon data set, basically it's introduced, the data set is already available by Elons back in 1999. So we have 40 cancerous tumors, okay, and 22 non-cancerous gene expressions, okay. Then we have 2,000 genes. As for the prostate, okay, so we have around 52 cancerous prostate tumors and so forth here, as you can see. So this is the diffuse large B cells lymphoma. Okay, data containing 77 data. Basically here we have this one is positive, this one is negative. Right. Then we have the breast cancers also here and so forth. So this is the 5 data set we have. And next is the performance evaluation method we're going to use is the classification accuracy. This is the formulations as a CA. You can test the sensitivities, okay, and also specificity. Okay, so this is the information. How we look at the performance evaluations, the higher the values of the use evaluations criteria, the better the classification is. Okay, so the higher number is the better. So experimental setup is something like this. Okay, so we're going to randomly split descriptor molecule into two partitions. Okay, so one is for the trainings, another one is for the testings. Okay, for cross validations purpose. So the split is 70-30. The experiment used 10-fold cross validations and average 100 partition times. So you're going to repeat the things 100 times. And the tuning parameter is between this range, is a positive from 0 to 100, okay, depending on the trainings. So the experimental set, okay, is using for the SCAD, we're going to use this constant 3.7. Okay, it's introduced as mentioned by Fan and Lee. Okay, this is our trainings data set performance. Okay, as you can see, this is the data set. We have a column, a prostate, and so forth. And this is the method. So you have the method lasso, cut, okay, additive lasso. This is our proposed method. So as you can see that in terms of gene selections, the proposed method select the less, or is the less, okay. Then in terms of the CA, okay, the classification accuracy and so forth, you can see this is the highest one, okay. It's much higher than the rest. Higher is better. So you can see through this one, some are quite equal. Next, also, this is for the breast data set, okay. And this is sarcoma and so forth. So this is the results, okay. So additive penalized logistic regression has the lowest average number of selected genes. Okay, the APLR able to provide slightly better and almost the same. Some are same, okay, some are slightly better in classification accuracy, sensitivities, and specificities. Okay. Next, we're going to look at the test, okay, the testing data set performance. So for the testing data set performance, the 30%, just like I mentioned. So this is the performance, okay, as you can see, basically a much better. So you have a higher percentage, okay, you have a higher percentage. And also for this data set, so we have the same conclusions, okay, you have a lower average number of selected genes. So we have a slightly better in classification accuracy, sensitivities, and also specificity. So in conclusions, this study aims to determine the sparse logistic regression modeling's accuracies on microarray gene expressions, high dimensional features. So we improve the sparse logistic regression model feature selections with a weighted L1 norm additive penalized method based on the high dimensional data set of microarray gene expressions. So we compare the proposed method with several popular penalized methods. Okay. The experiment result shows the superiorities of the proposed method over other techniques, such as mentioned here, especially in the number of selected descriptors and classification accuracy and so forth. So the details of this, you can find it in one of these published articles, okay? And also the related publication on high dimensional that I published recently in these areas. Okay, so you can have a look. And if you need this article, you always can contact me. So I'm pleased to send you a copy of these articles. Okay. As for the research teams, this is the members of my research teams. So this is my ex-students. Currently, he's a professor in Iraq, and so forth. Right. This is yeah. So I would like to thanks again to University Patimura, okay, for inviting me to this first international conference on mathematics and mathematics educations 2020s. And thank you very much for your attentions.
Thank you, Professor Muhammad Hishamli, for your presentation. To all participants, especially to those who's basic in statistics, if you have any questions dealing with Professor Muhammad Hishamli's presentation, then you can type your questions in chat box, or if you want to post your questions directly, you can wait until the third speaker finishes his presentation. Thank you once again to Professor Muhammad Hishamli.
Thank you.
Okay, all participants, now we are going to continue to third keynote speakers, Professor Jose Maria Balmaceda. Jose Maria Balmaceda.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Professor. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
It's good to have you here with us. Okay, please, before presenting your paper, I would like to introduce you in briefly. Okay, to all participants, our third keynote speakers is Professor Jose Maria Balmaceda, PhD. His title today, his paper today that he want to present with all of us has the title, The Continuing Value and Relevance Mathematics Appreciation Course. Professor Jose graduated from the University of the Philippines, for his Bachelor Arts in Mathematics, and also for his Master of Science in Mathematics. And he holds his PhD from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign in Chicago, Illinois, USA. And currently, he is professor of mathematics in Institute of Mathematics, University of the Philippines, Diliman. His research interest and fields of publication, mostly in finite group theory and their representations, and algebraic combinatorics. So if you want to see in details about his publication, you can see on his Scopus ID. Professor Jose also a member of many professional organizations. In here, I just put three of those. The first one is he is chair of the Technical Panel for Mathematics of the Philippines Commission on Higher Education. And he also former president of the Mathematical Society of the Philippines. And he also academician of the National Academy of Science and Technology of the Philippines. To Professor Jose Balmeida, the line is yours, please.
Yes. May I share my screen?
Okay, you can share your screen. Host, have you set up Professor Balmakeda as co-host? Hello, the host, please.
Yes, I think I can do it.
Okay.
Can you see my screen? It is a background slide for the conference. Okay.
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, thank you. So I can start. Um, Good day to everyone. I know it's either morning, afternoon, or evening where you are. I would have loved to be in Ambon to see all of you, but I'm thankful for this virtual conference where we can continue to meet and to share our results and our ideas. So thank you very much to the organizers headed by Dr. Cristina Lamena for this kind invitation. Wait, sorry. I wish to talk today about the continuing value and relevance of mathematics appreciation courses. And I hope that it relates to the theme of improving math skills in this new normal education. My university offers mathematics programs up to the PhD level. Every year we take in around 120 bachelors of mathematics students, but we also teach the mathematics courses for all the faculties in my university. These include a huge science and engineering student body, but also many other non-STEM programs. For many of these students, mathematics is a scary subject that affects even their degree program choices and eventually their careers. I have no training in math education, although I try to keep up with some of the literature. I know that mathematicians will benefit if they reach out to math educators, and conversely. I was very happy to hear Professor Wilkerson's talk. You know, the National Council for Teachers of Mathematics has been a very powerful and valuable force, especially from the time they issued their principles and standards. What I will share today will just be the results of my experience from teaching and the influence and advice of scholars of mathematics and math educators all these years. Well, sorry, let me go back. Many students enter the university with many negative attitudes and misconceptions. I think you are all familiar with these. They say math is only for the gifted or only for nerds. It is a dead subject. They say they are left-brain persons and therefore more inclined to the creative disciplines. Math is just a set of rules and techniques for solving equations and so on. Some of these ideas or attitudes were formed even at very young ages. I think often a product of poor teaching, and these negative attitudes or stereotypes reinforced by media, by adults, even by parents, which is a shame because I believe everyone has an innate talent and appreciation for mathematics. Babies and toddlers enjoy learning numbers and shapes, but somewhere along, maybe when they start learning things like fractions, they start getting disenchanted, frustrated, and even hating math. I believe part of this is because many fail to see the true nature of math as a living, growing human activity, one of humankind's greatest intellectual achievements. To me, I like to sum up math as having beauty and power, and that math is everywhere. And I hope this is an attitude that we want to share to our students. Improving mathematical skills of students will be more difficult if these negative attitudes and misconceptions persist. That is why I really like courses which may hopefully address these issues. A course that will reveal mathematics' beauty and power so that students can value it and use it in their lives. So that even those who have been disadvantaged by poor teaching or by a poor environment for learning can see what mathematicians do and have done, why we are so passionate in continuing to learn, to gain more skills, and improve our craft. I think such a course is possible through what we now refer to as mathematics appreciation courses. Mathematics appreciation courses have been around for many years now. Even in the 1950s, the math educator Herbert Gross was concerned that his basic math students were not planning on entering STEM-oriented careers and that they would soon forget the math that they were expected to learn or to use in college. So he undertook the task of developing a type of course that would show how the development of mathematics mirrored the development of civilization. He felt that such a course would not only give students a better understanding and appreciation of mathematics, but it would also dramatically reduce their fear. One of his outputs was the classic textbook, Mathematics, the Chronicle of Human Endeavor. Herbert Gross is considered a pioneer in distance learning. More than 50 years ago, he already started videotaping his lectures. You can find them as part of MIT's OpenCourseWare, and they are cult classics in YouTube. Let me talk about another mathematician around that time, Dr. Howard Fair. He was a professor of math education at Columbia University Teachers College, a prolific author and a well-known educator. He worried about the meaning of appreciation. He wrote that appreciation of mathematics, which was even at that time in the 50s and 60s, were already included in most national reports as one of the desired goals of mathematics education. But the term was never really or seldom defined or explicitly described, except that somehow to most people, appreciation involves aesthetics and emotions. Fair tried to explain what appreciation meant to him. As an example, he differentiated the type of appreciation one derives from seeing something explained by or is an outcome of applied mathematics, but without knowing the mathematics. He refers to this as appreciation only of the tone or color or design, but not of mathematics itself, and that it constitutes an entirely different form of mental structure than that type of appreciation that comes from the actual knowledge and search for mathematics. As another example, he says that geometrical designs or pictures or cutouts made from ruler or other instruments can aid and are all nice and give satisfaction and emotional pleasure. For Fair, they can aid as a means of motivation too, but are not in themselves an appreciation of mathematics. He wrote that appreciation of math comes when we see it and use it as a means of explaining our environment, explaining design, and so on. He said that it is also a search for an extension of abstract logical structures as satisfying mental creations. Now, I don't wish to dwell on these different notions of appreciation. I like showing pictures, but I also want students to understand how they come about, how they develop. It's the mathematics behind it. To me, in a simple way, a good mathematics appreciation course involves not only hearing about math, but actually doing it, challenging students to getting actively engaged in the process. So I want to continue with my talk on math appreciation courses. In 1977, the Committee on the Undergraduate Programs in Mathematics of the Mathematical Association of America established a panel to consider the content of those college and university courses that treat mathematics appreciation for students, especially in the arts and humanities. In the United States, you can find this in many colleges, universities even. Many schools have some of these types of courses, often lodged in a general education program. This is the component of the undergraduate program taken by all or most students regardless of their majors. The panel came up with a report that discusses the philosophy of such courses, the things to stress in a math appreciation course, the things to avoid, approaches to course organization, as well as the matter of topic selection. Many of their recommendations are still suitable to this day. The panel also decided that they were satisfied with the term mathematics appreciation course, as opposed to other names used such as mathematics for poets. There are typically, I think, two types of general education courses in mathematics, not quite mutually exclusive. One type focuses on quantitative literacy, but the second type focuses more on the nature of math, its development, its role in society. That will provide students with a broad awareness of math and its uses. I want to talk more about this second type. In this type of courses, these are some of the features that you can see. There is a backdrop of history because we want to look at achievements and the development of math through the ages. There is a wide spectrum of topics. The lessons require creativity and exploration, and it's not concerned really with facts and formulas or techniques for solving equations. Of course, it incorporates inquiry as a key feature, and then also includes significant applications.
Oh,
So there are many activities and measures for assessing student performance in such courses. In the University of the Philippines, well, to sum up, the committee's report summarizes the ultimate goal of such courses. They say the aim of a mathematics appreciation course is to instill in the student an appreciation of mathematics. But for this to occur, students must come to understand the historical and contemporary role of math and to place the discipline properly in the context of other human achievements. In my own university, we also offer a general education course in mathematics. We've been doing that for about 60 years now. My own involvement started more than 20 years ago. Initially, our course 60 years ago looked more like a remedial course for school mathematics, but it has greatly evolved much through the years. In the previous decade in the Philippines, we embarked on our largest reform program in education. The K-12 program was established by the government, making kindergarten mandatory and adding 2 years in senior high school, years 11 and 12, for all. Some schools already had years 11, some years 12, especially some private schools, but not in public schools. So this was a very big reform program. By 2016, the first batch of students who all went through this expanded program entered college. This meant that the curricular programs at the tertiary level also had to undergo massive revision. I said that our math appreciation course is part of a broader general education program. I just want to show you some of the objectives of this program, where students take courses regardless of discipline. And this program really upholds the principles of a liberal education. We want to broaden horizons. We want to hone critical thinking, develop in students a passion for learning. We also want them to be ethical and moral, students with moral integrity. We want them to have a commitment to nationalism, which is balanced with an idea of internationalism. And we also want them to be committed to social justice. An offshoot of these revisions led to this current math appreciation course, and the title of our course now is Mathematics, Culture, and Society. So this course is Where's that? This mathematics education course is mandatory for most non-STEM students in a university and an elective general course for others. I wish to share with you some features of this course. You will see that it is greatly influenced by the CUPM recommendations, as well as recommendations from organizations like the NCTM, the American Mathematical Society, among others. Now, if you have been teaching such a course, you may be familiar with the works of Keith Devlin, even if you're not teaching. He's formerly in Stanford, a longtime professor of Stanford, and really a great popularizer of mathematics. He also has a very popular math appreciation course of his own, sometimes called Mathematical Thinking or an Overview of Mathematics. Devlin says that it is just to distinguish his course, although he is not bothered by the name Math Appreciation. So let me now talk about the course in UP, in the University of the Philippines, Mathematics, Culture, and Society. Let me show you the course description. It is the appreciation and beauty of the beauty and power of math through the examination of its nature, development, utility, and relationship with culture and society. And adopting the CUPM's goal, we want our course to instill in the students an appreciation of math, particularly the significant role that mathematics plays in society, both past and present. We listed the outcomes of our course. Outcomes, we are not experts in coming up with this, but we believe that this is what we want our students to gain from this course, that they are able to explain to the extent of their ability the nature of math as an intellectual and creative discipline, to recognize the importance of math in various human activities, and to relate math to their own fields of interest. We also want them to look at the interplay of math and society. We want them to produce creative work inspired by mathematical ideas, and also to discuss critically local and global issues and trends in mathematics. The course caters to students of diverse interests. So it is quite difficult because you will get your well-motivated students. You will get students who have really bad prior experience or attitudes about math. But all students can take it, for some as electives. Even our mathematics majors can take the course provided they are in first year. For topic selections, we can get from a wide range of topics because mathematics is very rich and because also our students are diverse. We adhere to the recommendation of the panel that no particular selection of topics or teaching strategy should be universally adopted in a single course. Okay? So we give our teachers a latitude in the selection of subtopics to keep the course fresh and also to capitalize on the strengths of our faculty and their own local context. Because this course is offered not just in my campus, but throughout the different campuses of the University of the Philippines system. Let me show you an outline. The bulk of the topic will be in parts 2 and 3, but also 4 is very important. So here's the first level outline. Part 2 really talks about the nature of math. What is math? Part 3 talks about where is math? And the answer is math is everywhere. So we look at different applications, the connections with the different disciplines. The topics in parts 2 and 3, talking about the nature of math, involves also going directly at some applications. And conversely, looking at some applications involves talking more about the nature of math. So these are a bit fluid in that sense. So let me show more detail. Here are the second level topics that we expect our teachers to tackle to varying degrees and detail. We go through some background on logic and reasoning, talk about philosophical foundations, about abstraction, about axiomatic systems. We can introduce the Greeks. We can talk about uh, the background, the historical background surrounding those topics. Then we could talk about sets as a very basic concept in mathematics, both finite and infinite, and then numbers, many things about numbers, and then shapes. So we're talking about algebra, analysis, geometry, because we also talk about growth and a look into mathematical modeling. As for the second part, let me just say, just for um, economy, I just put arts and humanities, social sciences, science and technology. But these really come from different topics, not necessarily pigeonholed into those three things. Here we talk about mathematics being connected, being everywhere, in fact. And then the last part, major part, is to talk about some issues and trends. And because of limited time, we can only ask our teachers to maybe choose one or two of these to go into more detail. When I offer this course, I say something about math and gender sometimes and about ethnomathematics, but also sometimes talk about the state of math and math education in the Philippines. The impact of math, computers can be already seen in some of the applications. Some of our professors want to discuss ideas of humanistic mathematics. And then we synthesize at the end with a question taking from Ruben Hirsch term, what is mathematics really? Okay, so just a short synthesis at the end. So here I just show you now slides, pictures of topics that I talk about in class. Graphs and networks are very interesting and allow us to talk about Euler, talk about his different contributions, and talk about graphs and their uses, leading maybe to the discussion of small world networks, which students like, allow us to talk about AirDosh, about Facebook, social media, about the spread of disease, especially now in this time of pandemic. Students and many people have begun to really understand what exponential growth is as compared to linear growth. And this is a topic that we also talk about. We can talk about codes or cryptography and talk about the properties of a code and what mathematical ideas come into the business of transmitting information or transmitting information with secrecy. We can look at literature, and Alice in Wonderland comes in, where you see different areas of math, different mathematical references. And we can look at other forms of literature, even our own native literary forms, Philippine forms, the haiku in Japanese, and so on. I like talking about voting systems and allows me to introduce current issues like the recent US Electoral College. Students learn about different ways of consolidating votes, counting votes. The US presidential system is very different from the Philippine system. So this is a good, I enjoy talking about this. I enjoy talking about Arrow's impossibility theorem, which says there is essentially no perfect or ideal voting system. I talk about this voting systems lead to weighted voting, and in weighted voting, we can now discuss things like mathematical measurement of power. Okay. Now, I can introduce either in the part on geometry or on symmetry, weaving patterns, but I can also talk about this in the part on ethnomathematics if you wish. And here we can talk about the different weaves or fabrics or mats. There are many many in Indonesia, maybe much more, many in the Philippines, and you can talk about various aspects. And it is also important for students to understand or to come to know these things. If you are from the urban areas, maybe you have only a slight understanding of what these things are, and then we find out that they are really products of creativity, products of mathematical mind that were produced without any formal training in mathematics. See? We can talk, look, so we have a group in the northern campus who are really studying these things. Many years ago, they came up with a study of the algebra of these patterns as well as a music and kinship system of an indigenous group in the northern Philippine mountains, where we see motifs depicting their culture, mountains, insects, and you can see them in their designs. I also like to talk about women in mathematics. The question whether men are better in math, it is a complicated question. The answer will depend on how, what situation you're looking at. But I also want to talk about the achievements and struggles of many women mathematicians, especially most recent Fields medalist Mariam Mirzakhani. To prepare for this course, when we reorganized it a few years back, we wrote modules for different topics, and here are the modules we wrote, containing not only lessons but also references to activities, to open educational resources, to exercises. And we were lucky that we wrote these modules a few years before the pandemic, because when we started shifting to remote early this year, we already had some materials. In former times in the face-to-face classroom, we used these modules as references, but then we could lecture in front. So now lecturing in front of our classes is not available, but these modules were very useful. We had to write course packs that had course guides, like all of you, I suppose, study schedules, course requirement guides, assessment guides, and so on. And fortunately, not just modules, but also even before, we already started producing some video lessons. Now, we have a digital TV station called TVUP, and part of their programs were short videos on various topics, which are very appropriate for our course in mathematics on math, culture, and society. So I just show you some of these pictures. When the pandemic came, we started doing our own video narrations, not so professional sometimes, but fortunately, there is so much wonderful material on the internet by experts, professionally produced, which are freely available. So those also go into our resources. My current students' reaction toward the course, my current students now in this time of remote delivery are similar to previous years. Many like it, and in fact, I found their submissions to be more on time. Their performance in their first long exam was even better than previous years. But this semester I asked them to do a learning log. From their reflections, I believe that most of the goals of this course are being met. I also think that in the future, such a course will be very amenable to a blended mode of delivery, even when face-to-face instruction is possible. I would really suggest, if you are not offering a similar course, to try it, to try to design and offer your own math appreciation course. You know, with careful handling by competent and caring teachers, I think the course will play a role in influencing student attitudes towards math, help break down walls between disciplines. With positive attitudes, the foundations laid down will be useful later for the acquisition and improvement of more mathematical skills. We hope that through courses like this, students will have a broader and deeper awareness and appreciation of math, its true nature, its role in society, its strength, and also its limitations, and its connections to other disciplines. In the end, we want our students to see and understand and experience math's beauty and power. John Nash said, you don't have to be a mathematician to have a feel for numbers. I think this is part of the spirit of this course. And, and that's what I want to say for this talk. Thank you very much. This is the University of Philippines. I'm from the Institute of Mathematics, College of Science. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Jose, for your interesting presentation. I interest with a part of your slide,
Yes.
which is a motif of a fabric. It looks similar like in eastern part of Indonesia. We call it kain tenun, but it has different motifs.
Oh yes, when I go to Indonesia or other countries, I am always amazed by your culture and the products of your culture, and especially happy to see similarities, but even differences between what you have and what we have here in our own country.
Thank you once again, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you very much again for the invitation. I will stop sharing now.
Okay, to all participants, I have checked now the chat box. Now we continue on questions and answer session. I have checked chat box. Most of the questions are addressed to Professor Wilkerson, but she has answered all of those questions. Uh, but there is a one to Professor Muhammad Hisham Lee. I will read this question from May Cynthia Yesaya. Her question is, your presentation is what the advantage is there in using penalized likelihood method. So she asked about the advantage of your method. I mean, the penalized likelihood method. Please, Professor.
Thank you for the questions. So what is the advantage of using penalized likelihood methods? Okay, the method basically is able to handle high dimensional data, whereby if you're using non-penalized likelihood methods, so we're going to face issue in terms of getting poor performance for the estimations of the parameters. So the first advantage is that they are able to handle high dimensions. When I mentioned about high dimension, meaning that we're going to have a situation whereby the P, the parameter are more than the observation, the N's. Okay. The second thing that advantage using penalized likelihood method is that it's able to perform variable selections and also model estimations, okay, simultaneously. So this is additional advantage using penalized. The third thing that it can be do is that he always is better performs using the penalized methods compared to the ordinary least square methods. Okay, so we're able to overcome the issues such as model overfittings, issue in estimations, instabilities in the predictions, and also in interpretations. Another thing is that he can also overcome in terms of multi-collinearities. Although without high dimension, they have the methods, but when it comes to the high dimensions, the penalized method can overcome the collinearities. So this is a few advantages that why people venture into penalized likelihood methods. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Muhammad Isham. Well, maybe I want to pose a question to you, if it's possible. Uh, well, is this method can be applied to mathematics education? I mean, in the research of mathematics education.
Yeah, the chances or the opportunity is always there. Most important that we must look at the data, so whether its data have that kind of features or characteristics, whereby as mentioned, the high dimensionals, like we have in genes, we always have that kind of characteristics, and also in insurance and in business. So if in education we have such situation arise, then it's always possible. So far, normally for the survey and so forth, we always have a situation whereby the variables is always less than the observations. If you have encountered the situations, the opposite, then it's always possible to do it. The method is ready for you to use. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Okay, to all participants, is there any questions that you want to pose to the three keynote speakers? And you can click on the icon raise hand. Any question? Okay. Okay.
If I may make a comment, this is Trino.
Oh, yeah.
I really appreciate the questions that were put in the chat box. I tried to answer as I go, but the participants have asked such really good questions. So I really appreciated that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Trena. I read the questions in chat box and really interesting questions. And also you have a really interesting answers for those questions. Okay, seems like there is no more questions. So maybe I have to end this session. Okay, I would like to thank to Professor Trena Wilkerson, Professor Muhammad Hisham Lee, and also to Professor Jose Balmaceda for your attendance and also for sharing your knowledge to all of us in Patimura University and also to all participants in various places in Indonesia and also various institutions. Okay, I hope it will give a much benefit to all of us. Thank you very much. Okay, I leave it back to the host. Maybe we need to take a break for 2 minutes. Ibu Alin? Take a break for 2 minutes. Okay. Before continuing to second part of session 1. Okay, we continue again our conference in session 1 for the second part of this session.
Mr. Dharma, please unmute.
Keynote speaker, the next keynote speaker is Professor Naoya Sukita, PhD.
Yes, I'm here.
It's good to have you here.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes,
me
I
well?
can hear you. I can hear you clearly.
Okay. Well, before starting my talk, I want to show some magic. It's a Japanese traditional magic. So please look at the vision where my face appears. Okay. Well, can you see how many points on the face of dice?
2?
Yes, 2, yes. Then how many points are there on the tail side? Can you guess?
Oh. Wait.
Well,
1. Oh,
okay.
no.
Yes, this face contains 2 points. And how many points are there on tail side, tail face, on the dice?
4 points.
Yes, I give you a hint. The sum of points are always 7. So many participants guess there will be 5 points on the tail side. But in fact, when I turn this dice and show you a tail side, surprising thing happens, okay? Then I turn this dice, then how many points can you see?
3.
Yes, 3, yes. Oh, but next I turn this dice, then you can see how many points. Oh, sorry. How many points?
5 points.
5 points. 5 points.
5 points.
Okay. This is a traditional Japanese magic called wazuma.
Wazuma. Oh, I see.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. There is 2 points, but when I turn this dice, there is 3. There is 2 points, but when I turn this dice, there is 5 points. This is a kind of magic. Well, the trick is that I use my fingers, okay? With my fingers, I move this dice, so I can change the number of the points on the tail side. But, well, many participants cannot notice, well, a dice was turned. Why? I think some feature of cube is applied to this magic. So I want to talk about this in section 1 of my talk. Okay.
Okay. But, okay. Maybe I would like to introduce you in briefly before your presentation.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, to all participants, our keynote speaker right now is Professor Naoya Sukita, PhD. The title of his paper is
Mr.
Applied Mathematics and Not Yet Applied Mathematics.
Mr. Dharma, your PowerPoint presentation is not.
I'm sorry?
We can see your presentation for you.
Oh, you can see my presentation.
You can see your slide.
Oh, shoot.
Please stop share and you can.
You have to open the PowerPoint.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay,
Yes.
is
Okay,
it?
good.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Alin. Okay, sorry, I repeat again. Our keynote speaker is Professor Naoyo Sukita, PhD. His title his title to present to us today is Applied Mathematics and Not Yet Applied Mathematics. Uh, he holds his PhD in science from Department of Physics, Faculty of Science and Technology, Waseda University, graduated in 1994, and for his Master of Art in Science, he graduated from Graduate School of Arts and Sciences, University of Tokyo in 1996, and his PhD in Mathematical Science from Graduate School of Mathematics, Nagoya University in 1998. Uh, Professor Kita has published 17 research papers, 5 research, which is funded by MEXT, MEXT, and also attended 50 conferences and scientific meeting. Right now, he is a member of the Japan Mathematical Society since 2001. Okay, Professor Nayo Sukita, the line is yours. You have 30 minutes, please.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much for a nice invitation. Well, can I share the PowerPoint file?
Yes. We can
Okay.
see.
Then, oh, sorry. Okay, slideshow. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. Well, about 2 years ago, I visited Ambon and I could receive a very nice hospitality for the organizers of that conferences. And this time I could have a very nice time because this conference is well organized. Thank you very much for organizers. Well, today I want to talk about applied mathematics and not yet applied mathematics. Okay, and this is the contents of my talk today. Well, in section 1 and section 2, I will introduce a practical application of mathematics. And in section 3, well, I will talk about, research result, which is a joint work with my students. And well, unfortunately, I couldn't find a practical application of this result. So, well, if I have an opportunity, I want to listen to some ideas of the application if you have something to this talk. Okay. Well, in section 1, well, I want to explain the trick of the Japanese magic called wazuma. Well, many participants cannot notice that a dice is turned. That's because a feature of a cube is applied to this magic. Well, this is a talk on the arithmetics level, or in in elementary school mathematics. Okay. A dice has a next property, and no matter in which directions you look at the cube, the faces are always squares. This is very simple property of cube. Okay. In which directions you look at this dice? Yes, the same shape that is square appears. Okay. This is the key of this magic. Well, every faces are similar, so most of you cannot notice I used fingers. Okay. Okay, it's very simple. So I want to go to the next sections. I want to explain another application of mathematics. Mathematics is applied to confidentiality. That means keeping a secret of you. Well, in this section, in particular, I want to treat the property of lines. Okay, so this topic is on the level of junior high school. Okay, let's consider the feature of a line. Well, there are many features of a line, but in particular, I want to explain the next property. A line connecting two distinct points is unique. This is a typical property of a line. But by using this property, well, we can apply this property to the next things. Well, two persons, A and B, are provided with their own points in the coordinate plane. Okay, so a point A and point B are displayed on the slide, and two persons A and B possesses the coordinate point described with the coordinate. Okay, so consider a line connecting these 2 points A and B, and consider the crossing point of line AB and y-axis. Then the value of the y-coordinate of the crossing point can be applied to encode and decode. Okay, for example, well, sorry. Okay. For example, well, Alice, because initial letter is A, so Alice is often used in this field. Alice possesses a point, points A, 1 and 3. On the other hand, Bob possesses a point B, which is given by 2 and 1. Okay. And these 2 points are displayed on this slide. And the line AB is described by the function, linear function. It's very easy to obtain that. A line connecting these 2 points is given by y equals 2 minus 2 times x minus 1 plus 3. Okay. So, well, we can find the value of the y-coordinate of the crossing point. Well, it is number 5. Okay. By substituting x equals 0, then we obtain number 5. Okay. By using this number 5, we can encode a sentence. Okay. For example, terima kasih. It's a typical Indonesian phrase, right? Thank you. This means thank you. Okay. Terima kasih. And there is a number under this terima kasih. The number stands for the order of the letter. For example, T locates in the 20th position of the alphabet. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T. So T comes the 20th. So there is a 20 under T. And there is number 5 under E, because A, B, C, D, E. E comes 5th. And under the R, there is a number 18. Okay, in this way, we can locate numbers under the English letters. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. And by using the number 5, which was obtained by solving the linear equation, then, okay, plus 5 to the numbers under Terimakashi, then, well, for example, 20 plus 5 is 25, and number 5 plus 5 is 10, okay? So we obtain green numbers here, okay? And to translate this number into alphabet, then we have this kind of word, and we can success in the encoding, okay? So we next consider the applications, okay? Well, the first application is concerned with confidential email. That means distribute points in the coordinate plane so that any 3 points are not collinear. Okay. Precisely speaking, each line crosses y-axis at distinct point. Then we can apply this result to the confidential email. Okay, so for example, please look at point A and B. Then by solving the linear equation, then we can find the coordinate on the y-axis. And by using the value on the y-axis, then we can apply it to encoding. And for example, please look at the point B and C, B and D. Then a line connecting B and D crosses y-axis at another point, and compute the coordinate of this crossing point, then we can apply it to another encoding. So, well, we can realize confidential email. The encoding key is possessed by only 2 persons. So this is applied to encoding. Okay, and I want to explain application number 2 next. Well, the results of the line is applied to the information sharing. Well, if you know details of cryptography, well, this method is called Shamir's secret sharing. Well, okay, distribute points collinearly. In this time, distribute points collinearly. All the points are located on the same line. Then what happens? When at least 2 members meet at one place, a secret datum can be decoded. Okay, there are so many members, and only two members meet at the same place, then we can obtain the coordinate on y-axis, and by using that value of the crossing point, we can decode the encoded sentences. So this idea is used for, well, information sharing. So this is an application of a line. So, well, I propose that this kind of application is employed as a topic on mathematics textbooks. Mathematics textbooks used in junior high schools. But at present in Japan, well, this kind of application is not appear on the math textbooks of junior high school. So I want to propose this is a good application, and it's employed as a topic on the math books. Okay, my talk consists of 3 sections, and each section treats, well, distinguished things. And in this, in section 3, well, I want to explain something about not yet applied mathematics. Well, in this section, we will treat the extension of Mendelow's theorem. Mendelow's theorem is very famous in high school mathematics. Well, this result is the joint work with my students Ichikawa and Matsumoto and my colleague, Professor Nakamura. Well, to begin with, well, I want to explain a complex valued internally dividing ratio. And at the question 1, divide a line segment AB at ratio of 1 to 2. Well, the line segment is 3 meters long, then I think it's easy to find the dividing point C. That is, taking 1 meter from the left, then we can find a C, which dividing this line segment at the ratio of 1 to 2. It's very easy. Then how about asking, divide the line segment AB at ratio of I to 1 plus I. I is, of course, imaginary unit. Do you think this makes a sense? And I want to ask you, why can we find the point C in question 1? That's because when the ratio is described with real numbers, then a real number corresponds to the length of the line segment. So it's easy to find the dividing point. But on the other hand, when we consider complex value for the ratio, then complex value does not correspond to the length of the line segment. So at the glance, it's very difficult to find the answer to this question number 2. But in this section, we want to define the complex valued ratio reasonably. So we want to extend the concept of ratio from real value to complex value. Okay. When we extend the concept in mathematics, we often apply the property. For example, let's consider the point C dividing the line segment AB at ratio of M to N. Then the coordinate of point C is given by given by, well, n times A plus m times B over m plus n. This is very famous property of internally dividing points. Okay. I want to use this formula to extend the concept of ratio from real value to complex value. That means, how about substituting complex numbers into m and n? Of course, a c becomes a complex number. So it's not on the number line. Then, how about embedding A, B, and C in the complex plane? Then we think that it's possible to define complex valued ratio in reasonable way. Please look at the definition 3.1.1. I want to explain a complex valued internally dividing ratio. Okay, let A and B be points in the complex plane, and let mu and nu be complex numbers with mu plus nu is not equal to 0. Sorry. Okay. Then the internally dividing point C, which is described with complex number gamma. Dividing point C over line segment AB at ratio of mu to nu is defined such as, well, gamma equals to mu times alpha. Alpha stands for the complex number of A, and plus mu times beta over mu plus mu. This is simple translation of the, well, internally dividing points described above. Okay, but by using this formula, we can extend the concept of ratio. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Okay, please give you some example. Well, where is an internally dividing point of AB at ratio of I to 1 plus I? Let's compute, okay? Compute gamma, which is given by 1 plus I times 0 when A locates at the origin, and plus I times number 1. 1 denotes the coordinate of point B. Okay, and over I plus 1 plus I. This is just applied, the definition is just applied here, okay? And compute this fractional, then we have, the result is I over 1 plus 2I, and it's simplified into 2 plus I over 5. And this complex number has a real part, 2 over 5, and plus imaginary part, 1 over 5. Then we can describe the point C. Okay. So complex valued, when we use complex valued ratio, the dividing point step away from the line segment AB. Okay. Well, when we obtain the location of the dividing point C, we compute it in former slide, but it's very hard and tough work to obtain the location of the point in such a way. So in this subsection, I want to introduce easy way to dot a point. Well, the question is, dot a point C dividing AB at ratio of mu to nu. And mu is given by I. Nu is given by 2 plus I. Okay. By following these 3 steps, we can easily find the point. Okay. In step 1, we first compute the value mu over mu plus nu. Okay, substitute I into mu and substitute 2 plus I into mu. And compute this value, we obtain 1/4 plus 1/4 I. This is the first step. And in step 2, well, imagine a virtual complex plane with virtual origin O at A. So please regard point A as an origin of virtual complex plane. And with virtual unit number 1 at B. There is a number 1 at B. And consider a real axis and imaginary axis. This is a virtual complex plane. And dot a point 1/4 plus 1/4 I on the virtual complex plane. Okay, on the virtual complex plane, it's inclined. On the virtual complex plane, dot a point describing 1/4 for real part and 1/4 for imaginary part, then we can find the point C. Okay. And regard this point C as a point on the original complex plane. Then it is a desired point C. This is an easy way to dot a point with a complex valued ratio. Okay. Okay, please keep this method in your mind, and we go to next slide. Oh, sorry. Well, I want to give you one remark here. Okay, when the ratio is given in the form of theta to 1 minus theta, then dot a point theta on the virtual complex plane, then this is a point internally dividing line segment AB at ratio of complex values. So I want to say that when the ratio is given by theta to 1 minus theta, then it's easier to imagine the point. Oh, okay. Okay, now we can define complex valued ratio. So, well, I want to explain mathematical application of the definition. But unfortunately, I haven't yet found the practical application of this mathematics. So I want to ask you some idea to apply this result to practical results. In subsection 3.3, we want to generalize Menelau's theorem. Menelau's theorem is very famous in high school geometry. Okay. And please look at theorem 3.3.1. Okay. Well, let A, B, C form a triangle in the complex plane. Okay, ABC forms a triangle. And let lambda, mu, and nu be complex values different from 0 and number 1. And let D, E, and F be internally dividing points of BC, CA, and AB respectively at ratio of lambda to 1 minus lambda, mu to 1 minus mu, and nu to 1 minus nu respectively. Please note that lambda, mu, nu are complex valued. Then 3 points D, E, and F are collinear for any triangle ABC. If and only if, well, the ratio of lambda and 1 minus lambda and the ratio for mu and ratio for nu are multiplied and it is minus 1. This is condition 1. And the famous Mendel's theorem is over at this condition. But when we extend complex valued ratio, when we use complex valued ratio, another condition is required. That is, lambda over 1 minus mu must belongs to real number set. And the mu over 1 minus nu must be real. And nu over 1 minus lambda must be real. This is the condition number 2. When we consider a real valued ratio, the condition number 2 automatically holds. So we don't need condition number 2 when we use real valued ratios. But when we use complex valued ratio, then condition number 2 is required. And please look at the remark. The condition number 2 is very important. When we consider the case, the condition number 2 is absent. For example, lambda is 1 plus I, mu is also 1 plus I, and nu is 1 minus 2I over 5. Then this satisfies condition 1. But it doesn't satisfy condition number 2. And sketch points D, E, F. Then these 3 points are not collinear. So this remark suggests that condition number 2 is very important for the collinearity. Oh, okay. Well, the proof is simply performed, but it's too long, so I want to omit the detail. But in the proof, well, we applied the knowledge learned in undergraduate course of university. That is, we applied the property of holomorphic functions. Okay, by applying the holomorphic property of holomorphic functions, well, we obtain the condition number 1 and the condition number 2. This is the rough sketch of the proof. Okay, Sorry. And conversely, when condition number 1 and condition number 2 are satisfied, then D, E, F are collinear. It's also simply proved. But the computation is very complicated, so I want to omit the detail. Oh, sorry. Okay, in next subsection, I want to explain how about the Chebat theorem. Chebat theorem is also famous in high school mathematics, high school geometry. Well, the variants of Chebat theorem also hold. So we call this generalized Chebat theorem. Please look at theorem 3.4.1. Let A, B, C form a triangle in a complex plane, and let lambda, mu, and nu are complex valued different from 0 and 1. And let D, E, F be initially dividing points of B, C, C, A, and A, B at ratio of, well, lambda 2, 1 minus lambda, and something. Well, then the lines AD, BE, and CF are concurrent for any triangle ABC if and only if the condition number 1 holds and the condition number 2 holds. The condition number 1 looks like the result of usual Chebat's theorem. But please note that there is complex conjugate on divisors. Okay. And also in condition number 2, there is a complex conjugate on divisors. This is a difference from the usual Chebat theorem. Well, at the final part of my talk, I want to give you one remark. Well, there is a famous point called Fermat's point for triangle ABC. The Fermat's point stands for, please locate equilateral triangles outside of triangle ABC and consider line AD, BE, and CE. Then these three lines are concurrent. And the crossing point is called Fermat's point. This result is included in our generalized Chebat theorem. That means when we choose lambda, mu, nu is 1 minus square root of 3I over 2, then these complex numbers satisfies condition 1 and 2. So no wonder these three lines are concurrent. Okay. This is a mathematical application of complex valued ratio, but there is no practical application of this complex valued ratio. Okay, this is all for my talk. Thank you very much, Terima kasih, for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tita, for your presentation. Okay, to all participants, if you have any questions dealing with Professor Naoyasu Kita's presentation, then you can type your questions in chat box or you can ask directly, but after all presentations. Now we continue this conference with the next keynote speakers uh, Professor Alan White, PhD. Hello, Prof. Alan. Please unmute your microphone.
I've unmuted, sorry. Maaf. I will wait for you to do the introduction, then I will start.
Okay. It's good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you again.
Okay, I will introduce Professor Alan White in briefly.
I am always a difficult one. It's okay.
Okay.
The Dharma,
Jangan
please stop
pati.
the screen and you open it again and then you share screen again.
Can you see it? My screen? Ibu Walid? No, not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, I will share another. Okay, finally. Is that?
Okay, already.
Okay, thank you. Okay, to all participants, our keynote speakers at this moment is Associate Professor Alan Leslie White, PhD. The title of his paper is Indonesian New Normal Mathematics Education, Seeking Certainty in Uncertain Times. Okay, he has many degrees actually, but in here I just
I think you should just skip that.
Okay. Okay.
Just tell them that I was a teacher for 25 years and then I worked in universities for 25 years. That will do.
Okay, Professor. Okay, Professor Alan has retired recently from University of Western Sydney after 25 years of service. Because of that, he holds award, Outstanding Professional Service Award from NSW Teachers Council. About publication, he has published 250 research papers, books, and teaching publication. And you can see in detail in his Scopus ID.
Oh, that's only
Right
from
now,
2015.
Oh, 2015. Okay.
Yeah.
Right now, he is a research fellow at SEAMEO, Southeast Asian Ministries of Education Organization since 2020. Okay, Professor Alan, the line is yours, please.
Okay, I need again to share screen. Let me get on to, okay, let me open this one, share. And now let's see, just give me a minute to open it. Okay, how does that look?
Okay, very clear.
Looks, it does?
Yes.
Well, first of all, greetings to everyone from Sydney, Australia. It's 2:00 in the afternoon. Sekarang jam 2 sore. Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank the Dean and the Vice Dean of the School of Education. And I wish to thank the conference committee and the chair, Dr. Christine Lamanato, for inviting me to speak. And of course, I want to thank Dr. Dharma for all his help. I have visited and had a wonderful time in Ambon in 2018. And I remember we had many wonderful meals. When I returned to Australia, I had to go on a diet.
Wow.
Anyway, as you can see, I'm going to present all my slides in English and Bahasa Indonesian. So forgive my mistakes with Bahasa. Saya masih belajar, okay?
Oh, your Bahasa is good, actually.
Okay. All right, I will start. Okay. The prehistoric world, and you know, I'm that old, I remember this. I was running around with dinosaurs, okay? The prehistoric world was a fearful place, and there was uncertainty about seasons, about weather, habitat, and everything was threatening to human existence. The development of language and mathematics are two examples of humanity's way of trying to impose order and certainty on chaos. Everything was around them was changing. If I go and look at, some of you might feel like poor old Heraclitus. For poor old Heraclitus, I think he was an old man like me. Everything was changing. Teenagers no longer respect elders. Wives argue with their husbands. He wanted a time to be able to sit and think, but everything was changing. But he was a philosopher, and he needed to earn income. So he thought about all this, and he came up with a mantra: all is flux, all is changing. And of course, he had some very diligent university students who wrote it down, copied down, and memorized it, and everyone was happy, except that there's always someone who will ask questions. And so someone asked him this question: how come if you have a rule that doesn't change but says everything is changing? You have a rule, everything's changing, but the rule doesn't change. Contradiction lah. So even in the time of Heraclitus, where everything seemed to be changing, there were things that didn't change. There were certainties. And that's what I want to play with. Okay, next one. Where am I? Okay. So our world is in a great time of change. And I'm not going to go over this too long, but, the pandemic has disrupted life across the world. Poor old Indonesia suffered greatly from this pandemic. It has affected many people's lives. Education has been disrupted. You've had lockdowns and quarantines and school closures, and everyone's affected. And we're even concerned about what's the effect of all this going to be on later on learners. So, the government, the Indonesian government, like others, has put forward many innovative policies and alternative ways for teaching and learning, including new education platforms. an early survey before, while schools were still set down. The Indonesian Teachers Association put out a survey, and more than half of the schools who replied said, we're not ready to go back. However, the new normals, you've got to go back. So what happened was educators, I'm always certain that this is what will happen with educators, teachers, university lecturers, they'll respond. Any challenge, they might get worried, but they will do something about it. And so we saw a great interest in online learning, flexible learning, and so on. Teachers going for courses and so on. So students began attending online and flexible learning options in varying degrees from their own homes in compliance with, the strict social distancing protocols and instructions from the various governments to stay home. With this disruption, the old normal, industrial model of teaching and learning, what are the certainties we can use? What can we take from the old normal and it's still certain in the new normal? Okay, so I'm going to briefly touch on this, but my paper will go in greater detail. So let's, now, we've had a very wonderful presentation earlier because we looked to the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics along with Professor Bowler and her team from Stanford University, who've provided creative leadership and for mathematics education and research. And you've already heard about the 8 research-informed classroom actions from Professor Trina. So luckily for me, because I didn't know Professor Trina was going to present what she did, I will pick up on the norms that Professor Bowler has put out, and they will resonate and complement each other. So, if you like, as the pandemic is still ongoing and has created this new normal way of life, all education stakeholders have to evolve and support each other. And the big thing is to adapt, which teachers are doing and university lecturers and so on. We need to include pedagogical strategies to meet the challenges. And the consequences for Indonesia, the sheer size of Indonesia means that there's a great variation in the resources available to educators and students. I mean, in some places in Indonesia, it's not a problem to have online learning, but in others, it's an impossibility. So what is certain for all that, whether you're working online or some other way? A teacher at school isolating their students all over the place in order to meet safety concerns. So what I'm looking at, I want to know and want to discuss the pedagogical certainties, no matter where you are or what system you're using to teach your students. What do you need to adapt? What is the basis for planning good lessons? And I'll do it. But before I do that, I want to pause. I should have checked earlier. Okay. Now what you have to do here is you go to the reactions and give a reaction, Am I talking too quickly? So I go on your reactions. I want to see a thumb up for yes or a clap. No, it's okay. And I'll just go down till I get a reaction. I'm looking for someone. Come on, where's the reaction? Can you use the reaction button? Tell me, am I speaking too quickly? Yes, no? Oh, not too many reactions here. Oh, thank heavens, I got a reaction. Thank you. All right. Why did I put this in? Because I want to look at this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, plenty of reactions coming in there. Okay. So look at this. For those doing technology or those not having technology, I'm asking you this question, and you can use the same one. True or false? Does technology force you into a way of teaching? For those using it, does it force you to use the old stand and deliver? In other words, technology, I just talk. There's no interaction. Chalk and talk. Remember that one? Fill the empty vessel. Is that what technology is doing to you? Because that's what it does to lots of people. So if you are one of the lucky ones who can give online courses, then that is great. But you have to think, how can I adapt to get away from what technology is forcing me to do? All right. Okay, let's go. So, see, a recent study said that for those children learning on technology, learning with online learning and all the rest, that once they get used to the technology and it's no longer new, then they're bored. Parents at home having to do all sorts of forcing to get the children to do because they don't want to do it. Why? Because teachers or educators have been forced into a very narrow stand and deliver type of pedagogy. So, okay, so what is the magic ingredients, the certain ingredients that we have to incorporate in our technology or in our classrooms? Okay. So, first one I want to look at is norm number 1, which is, I'm sure you've heard about mindsets, but norm number 1 deals with this idea that it is a certainty that achievement excellence is enhanced by developing student attitudes. As we as educators can help and improve student attitudes, we know from all the research that this will improve achievement. Okay. And of course, there's been some very good research done by Professor Dweck about the two type. She's sort of got a scale, but actually it's a bit wobbly. Nevertheless, there's a sort of a fixed mindset where students they know they can learn, but they don't think they can get smarter. Whereas with the growth mindset, the children know that if they struggle and they work harder and they keep at it, that they can become smarter. And the great thing about that is that we know from the research that if children have growth mindsets, like all I got to do, like maths is hard, but if I work hard, I struggle with it, it's going to get easy and I'm going to get better. If they do that, we know that the results are that our students are far more resilient. Okay, so how do we do this? What message do we do? Well, thankfully, researchers also points out what is appropriate. What do you say to your kids in the classroom or in the university lecture room or wherever you are that can help promote a growth mindset? And what should you not say? And that's interesting. So what do you think? What is appropriate? So here's a question. Here you go. Give me your reaction again. Is it true or is it false? Let me see if I can get a reaction from someone.
No.
Okay. Here's your reaction. True or false? Do you agree? Setuju atau tidak?
No, not agree.
Oh, people agree. Well, what is appropriate? Appropriate is when you target not the person. So good boy, smart girl, clever girl, bad boy, duh. Stop. Don't target the person. You target the effort and the outcome and things. Oh, good work, good thinking. Oh, I know you have struggled with that. I am so proud of your effort. That's what you want to give them. We know with girls, if you say to a girl, oh, you're a clever girl, you know what happens? You shut her down because now she's thinking, oh, if the teacher thinks that I'm clever and if I give the wrong answer, my teacher may think I'm not clever. So I'm not gonna give any more answers. Oh, that is shocking. Well, I want to encourage children to give me answers and ask questions. So we have to get, as teachers, I was a young teacher. I started teaching when I was 18 years old. Okay, 18 tahun. And I used to make these mistakes, but not now. Only took me 50 years. Okay, so let's move on. Mistake number 2. Now, this is the wonderful thing. I know that I got I wrote it down here. Someone asked this question: how do you get the kids to be able to ask questions? Well, how you treat mistakes in your classroom has a big impact on whether your children will participate and whether they'll ask questions. You see, mistakes should be regarded as, well, first of all, mistakes actually still fall into the affective domain. It's not the cognitive domain we're working here when our reaction to mistakes. What we want to do is, it's our job to create a safe learning environment where students feel safe enough to be judged, not to be judged. If I say something, people are not going to think, oh, bodoh, stupid, gila, or, poke fun. Know that we need to create a safe learning environment where students can make mistakes. We need to communicate mistakes are learning opportunities. Okay, so the aim for educators is to help and encourage the students to overcome and learn from their mistakes. Now, we hear a lot about scaffolding in classrooms. For some, they think scaffolding is get rid of all the challenge, make it really easy. No, that's not what scaffolding was meant to do. Scaffolding is us helping our students to overcome a challenge, but doesn't mean reduce the mistakes. Let them make mistakes and then learn from the mistakes. Okay, let's move on. I can only give you a little taste for each of this. You'll have to read the paper to get more. All right. So, oh, come on. Oh, I've got a lock down. Let's go. Come on. My screen is locked for a minute. Oh, here we go. Norm number 3. Very good. Now we move on to questions, and it was Margaretha Madha who asked Professor a question about this. How do you get kids to ask questions? Well, teachers use questions for many reasons. When I was a young teacher, I used it for classroom control. If I walked into a classroom and there was all noise, I'd start asking questions. Oh, what's this? What's Pythagoras' theorem or something? Just so the kids think, oh, it's time to work, settle down. Well, that's not about learning. That's a pretty awful question, that one. So what we want are questions that support learning, okay? So questions that support learning give us a window into what the child is thinking. And, you know, they will tell us something about the child's thinking, or they will actually challenge the child's thinking. A student asks you, is this so? You know, is if I square this, do I get the answer? Or if I do this, do I get the answer? And what we need to do is to bounce it back. Why do you ask this question? I want to know, what is your thinking? Now, you know, there's a problem with a lot of questions that teachers ask or educators ask in class. If we get the right answer, we think that that means understanding. And I'll take this up, but I'll warn you, there's a 35% mismatch between students who either get the right answer but don't understand what they're doing, or the reverse. And I'll talk more about that later. All right, now the other thing that really worries people, and this comes from Margaretha's, and that students, as they go through school, the higher they go up, the less questions they ask. And this goes back to that safe environment. We've got to allow students to ask questions. We've got to encourage it to ask questions. All right, number 4, which is creativity. Well, mathematics should be presented as a very creative subject, and Professor from Japan, just before, I've forgotten the name, I didn't write it down, sorry, gave some great things to be creative with. You know, we want to challenge our children with mathematics that has visualizing patterns, creating solutions, and others that others can understand. Within the creative thinking process is the creation of meaning. If we don't help the students to understand and to make meaning of what they've done, then 2 things happen. They forget it and they lose it, and they lose interest in the subject. Now, understanding or making sense determines the possibility that what is being learned, when they take something in, as you know, it's stuck in the working memory. But if they don't connect it to other parts of the brain in making meaning, making connection, then it doesn't get into the long-term memory. And if it doesn't get in the long-term memory, it's gone. And so you have to keep revising. And, you know, that's not very efficient. Okay, next one. Am I at the 5? Is it 5? I hope so. Is it not? Yeah, it is. So mathematics is about connecting and communicating. So an ongoing longitudinal study of 4,169 students aged from 10 to 11 and nearly 3,500 teachers, they had a longitudinal study looking at the relationship between the student gender, the student qualities, and the student-teacher relationship and the student self-concept. So they were looking, how does the relationship between the teachers affect boys and girls, and is it important? If it's positive, what does that affect? If it's negative, what does that affect? The results are really interesting because, again, they go back to that safe environment that we were talking about earlier. The study reported that with boys, closeness to the teacher didn't predict their self-concept. Didn't seem to affect the self-concept of the boys, but the negative relationships affected their self-concept. So conflict with boys had quite an effect, whereas the positive relationships weren't as important for boys. Now with girls, they were both important. So not only having positive relationships, but negative relationships had a very negative effect upon the girls. So mathematics, if we're going to communicate, a student needs to, like mathematics is compressible, right? If we get something and we struggle and struggle and struggle, what happens is it finally connects and it becomes what we call compressed. When I learned add 3 plus 2, when I was a little child, I had to muck around with blocks and do all sorts of things. But now 3 plus 2, because that early learning has been compressed in my brain. So compression gives us tools to efficiently tackle more sophisticated and complicated mathematical problems, thus encouraging students' insight, which is the result of compression. As kids make meaning, it gets compressed, which is what insight is about, and encouraging communication. They are the goals of the process of teaching and learning and teaching for understanding. Okay, let me look at this one. Students' ability to give an answer quickly is a difficult problem for teachers. Does the ability to give an answer quickly, is it the result of this compressed understanding, or is it just memorization? You see, there's a difference. Does it signal that the student has an understanding of deep understanding or compressed insight into the concepts, or is it just something that they memorize and they don't really understand? Now, research shows that the brain can reorganize itself in remarkable ways as a result of change in stimuli. The brain is essentially rewiring itself. So strengthening connections that are used and allowing other connections to delay. The more the student uses a particular network, the more developed they become until eventually they become automatic, which is at the heart of insight and compression. So if certain networks are not used, then they decay and eventually disappear. And something that is memorized is quickly forgotten unless you continually practice. But it's a very inefficient way to learn. But it does depend on, there's a question of, well, how do you practice? Now, remember I said about the student gives you the right answer, therefore they understand. Well, that's not true. A study of grade 7 and 8 American students who were then, a big test, the Illinois State Standards Achievement Test or whatever it was, given right across the state. These students, whether they got the answers right or wrong, they were interviewed. And the interviewer was trying to get, well, what is the understanding of these students, whether they got the answer correct or not. And it turns out there's a 35% mismatch. So how do we get to, if I ask the question, the student gives me the right answer, how do I get to whether that student understands or not? Well, obviously there's lots of ways you could ask a follow-up question. How did you get that answer? You know, how did you work that out, or something like that? But it brings up the idea of, you know, speed of answer. Is that really, or should we be giving time to our students to think? And by encouraging them to communicate, we are building up that it's okay. It's a safe environment. Doesn't matter. You give me something, we'll investigate it. Okay. The next one, number 7. Am I up there? Oh, thank heavens. I'm getting close. Dr. Dharma, I'm getting close. Oh, if you're worried about time, I'm almost there.
So it's okay, Professor Alain.
Okay. Now, this one's, you know, is about the class. Is it about learning or performing? So how do teachers ensure that students are using their brains or their neural networks to become more developed through regular use? Remember, we've got to do practice. So it comes back to that idea, does practice make perfect? And the answer is not really. You can practice something, but if you don't really understand it, perfection's not going to happen. So it depends on, well, how do we practice? Now, research has given us a few things. Rote rehearsal, where children cram it in. We all know what happens with cramming. Just before an exam, students memorise like crazy. Hopefully it'll stay here long enough to get in the exam, to answer questions, but within 2 days they're forgotten. It's gone, it's lost. There's another one, another way of doing it, which is elaborative rehearsal, and there's more in the paper. I won't go into too much, but that's about the teachers practicing, but not the same type of problem all the time, that slowly the challenge becomes greater and students are challenged to increase their knowledge, increase the number of connections that they're doing. Now, I'm a big defender of the East Asian repetitive learning, which early on in Europe was just dismissed as being rote learning, but it's not true. And I've watched what's gone in Japan and in some places of China and even in schools in Malaysia and in Indonesia. And that is that the teacher, it is continuous practice, but again, increasing variation and increasing the challenge. And what it's doing, it's helping the children to come to different ways of understanding and developing, procedural proficiency. And so, if it's just practice same like Kumon, don't get me started on Kumon, death by a million exercises of the same, that's going to kill you. But if the challenge, you know, children like challenges. So if they're challenged and they're given more variation and so on, then their understanding is increasing. Okay, so anyway, I hope that's given you a little taste of what I wrote in the paper. And what I would like to say is that me, well, you know, educators need to adapt these norms to their particular situation. You know, all educators, school teachers, university lecturers, wherever you are, colleges, it doesn't matter. In your situation, you need to take what we know about how learning occurs. That doesn't change with the virus. They are certainties, whether it's the NCTM 8 principles or these 7 norms, they're basically saying the same thing. So how do you put that into practice in your situation? That's what I'm really asking people to do. Now, the great thing about teachers is that, you know, the Indonesian government has tried to create greater certainty during the COVID pandemic through its policies and actions. But whether they're successful depends upon the adaptability and the dedication of the Indonesian educators. Now, I've been in Indonesia long enough and seen enough educators, whether in schools, universities or whatever, that I've been amazed at the dedication and the selfless service by Indonesian educators to the students that have motivated me to write in other places that, as far as I'm concerned, Indonesian educators should be regarded as superheroes or national treasures. And so thank you again for inviting me, and I wish you all a great conference. And I want to show you one photograph of when I was here with Mr. Dharma back in 2018. There we are.
Yeah.
And that suit no longer fits me.
Yes.
So I'll finish there. Thank you very much.
That was in front of the Student Center building. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor Alan.
That's all right.
It was very interesting. Your presentation is not about just knowledge, but also to manage attitude in new normal. Thank you once again, Professor Alan. Okay, to all participants, now we continue with the last keynote speakers, Dr. Panupong Fichit Kunakorn. Am I pronounce your name well, right?
Yes,
okay.
that's
I
correct.
pronounce your name well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before presenting your paper, I would like to introduce you in briefly. To all participants, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Our last keynote speaker is Dr. Panupong Fichit Kunakorn from Thailand. The paper that he wants to present to all of us this afternoon is optimal order picker, routing in warehouse. Okay, uh, he graduated from Prince of Songkala University in Thailand for his Bachelor of Arts in Mathematics, and for his Master of Science in Mathematics and also PhD in Mathematics. He graduated from University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign in USA. Right now, he is a lecturer at Faculty of Science at Prince Songkala University, Thailand. And he has published 6 research papers, and for detail you can see in his Scopus ID. His research interest mostly in combinatorics, optimization, and discrete dynamical uh, operations research. To Dr. Uh, Punapong, the line is yours, please.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Dharma, for introduction. So let me share my slide. Is everyone seeing it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So this is a topic I was recently working on. It's a nice application of mathematics, in particular combinatorics and optimization. So here is a typical warehouse, right? We have a rack containing stuff, containing items, and we have order picker. We have order picker, right? So this picker, he get a pick list, a list of items that he need to pick, and then he travel through the warehouse, pick items in his cart or in his device, and then come back and then ship the item. Okay, so that's the typical routine. So let's see, for example, we have a depot. A depot is a place where the picker pick the list, and then he travel to the warehouse and then come back to the depot to ship the items, right? So let's see, what can we do for an order picker, right? So he can decide, he has many choices, right? To pick which item first, to go which way. He may go right first and then pick this item. And then he have to decide again, right? He might come this way and pick this item, and then come here, and then maybe go over to pick this item, go down, and maybe go up again and pick all the item, pick it here, and then come back, right? As you can see, we have so many choices, right? And each choice will determine the time and the travel length of the picking. Okay, so the question is, can we do it better? Is there a faster way? Is there a more optimal way to pick it? Let's see, for example, here, right? What if we don't travel through here? Is this a valid picking tour? The answer is yes, as you can see right away, right? We can just go right, come over, pick all the item in this aisle, come over, pick all the item, go through here, pick this item only, and then go around the warehouse, pick this item and go back, right? So yes, we can do it better, but can we do it even better? Now it's not obvious, right? But if we try to use mathematics, or we use graph theory, or use mathematical thinking, we need to find something, right, to start working on. So let's look at the trace of the tour. So the trace of the tour would be a graph. Or more specifically, it's a subgraph, right? And it's Eulerian. Eulerian means that the graph is connected, and then every, so the definition is the Eulerian graph is a graph that has a tour, that has a closed tour, right? So we can walk around the graph, go to every edge, and then come back, right? And there is a theorem saying that the Eulerian graph is a connected graph that all the vertices have even degree. For example, this degree here is 4. Here is 4, but here the degree is 2, for example. Right, so let's look at the full graph, right? So the question of finding picking tour would be translated to a question of finding a Eulerian subgraph. And we would like to find the smallest one, right? Because the smallest Eulerian subgraph would be the shortest picking tour. Okay, and we have one more requirement, that the tour has to touch all the orange vertices, because each orange vertex correspond to one item that we need to pick up. Okay, so this is our problem, right? Given a graph representing the warehouse and all the items that we have to pick, how can we find the shortest or the smallest Euler subgraph? Okay, this is one example of the Euler subgraph. We don't know whether it's smallest or not. This is another. This is another. This is another. Right? We don't know which one is smallest, and we still don't have a way to generate all of this, right? So what can we do, right? How can we find this subgraph? Okay, what I do is to use graph decomposition and dynamic programming, right? Well, so these are fancy words, but what it means is we would like to, we would like to decompose the big graph into the smaller ones. And then dynamic programming means that we kind of iterate, right? We kind of iterate the construction from smaller to bigger, something like that. And this algorithm is presented in 1983, so it's a long time ago, by Radcliffe and Rosenthal. Okay, so let's look at one of the configuration. This one, for example, we can decompose it. This is one way of decomposing the graph, right? So what I do is I decompose the graph into subgraph by consider each IO to be one decomposition alone. And then, so let's say this is vertical component, right? And then we have horizontal component, and then vertical again, horizontal again, something like this, right? We decompose it like this. And then let's look at the first IO, or the first vertical component, right? How the shortest Eulerian subgraph look like only in this IO, only in this particular vertical, right? What does the graph look like? It could look like this, or it could look like this, or it could be look like this, right? In different Euler subgraph, right? As you can see, we can just go straight down, or maybe straight up, I don't know, because the trace is the same. It could be something like this, Or it could be something like this. Oh, this is maybe an error. So here, right? We can go up and pick this. Maybe we can go down and pick this. But if you think carefully, we have only 6 possibilities. Yeah, only 6 possibilities for one vertical for one vertical component. Only 6 possibilities, right? For example, this possibility is not allowed because if you look carefully, these trace mean that the picker go down to pick this item, and then he jumped from this item to here, right? It's not possible, right? When the picker was at this location, he has to come back somehow, right? There should be another trace going back. So this is not realistic, not possible. So we have six possibilities. What about horizontal aisle? What about horizontal component? How many possibilities do we have? We have only 5. 5 possibilities. For example, look at these 2 configurations. It's not possible because if you look closely, right? Horizontal component means that we go from one aisle to another aisle. Look at this configuration. It means that the picker going from maybe from left to right and never go back. That's not possible either because we start at one location called depot, right? We travel through the warehouse. If he goes somewhere, he needs to go back. He needs to come back, right? So there is, it is impossible to go in only one direction and never go back, right? And if we interpret what I was saying in terms of graph theory, it means that there should be even number of edges. Here we have 0 edges, 4, 2, 2, and 2, right? Here we have 1 and 3. Odd number of edges is not allowed. Okay, so we have only 5 configurations. So if we sum everything up, in the vertical component, we have 6 possibilities, right? Horizontal, we have 5 possibilities. If we would like to generate all the possibilities, we have to multiply this number together, right? From these 2 components, we have 30, 6 times 5, and then times 6, times 5, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6. This is a very small warehouse, right? But in a bigger warehouse, like in the picture that I showed you, we have a huge number, right? The number is so huge. So we cannot compute it, right? It's too much. There are too many possibilities. What can we do? What can we fix it? What can we improve it, right? So let's try something called dynamic programming, right? The goal is to reduce the number of possibilities, reduce the number of configurations. Look at the first aisle again, right? Since the aisle is not empty, right? Out of 6 possibilities, we have only 5, right? This is not allowed because we have to pick all the items. So we have 5 possibilities. And then instead of matching all the possibility here to all the possibility of the horizontal component, we need to look at them more carefully. So let's look at the first configuration here. We can add it to one horizontal component or another horizontal component, or maybe another, right? But during doing so, you can see problems. For example, these two configurations is not realistic. Why? Because it contains odd degree vertices. So when the vertex is odd, right, it has odd number of edges touching it. It means that at this point, the picker going in more than going out, or maybe going out more than going in. It's not possible, right? At each location, the picker should going in and then going out, right? So it's not possible. So in all the configuration that we generate, only some of them is realistic, and we can check it easily by seeing by checking the degree of the vertex, right? So these are not possible. And then we do it again with another configuration, right? Look at this configuration. Again, we have odd degree vertex. It's not possible. So we can cross that out. And look at another example. We begin with this configuration, and then we try to add horizontal component. Look here, right? We have isolated component. It means that the picker has to jump to this component and pick the item, and then jump out of the component. It's not possible again, right? So now we have only two criteria to rule out the unrealistic component. So the degree of the vertices have to be even, and then there is no isolated component. Okay, so if we delete all the component that doesn't meet the requirement, we have this picture. We begin with 5 configurations, and then we add horizontal components, right? Now, how can we reduce? If we don't do anything, we need to add vertical component to each of the configuration that we have, right? The number is going to be huge again. It's smaller, but it's still going to be huge. What can we do? Let's look at all of these possibilities. Okay, we have only 9 of them. If we look at these 3 configurations, what can we see? We see that, look at these 2, for example, right? It may look different, but it looks similar in the sense that imagine that you continue the process, right? It's going to be a big graph on the right hand side. Any graph that can be joined to this configuration will be able to join to this configuration. It means that the right hand side in the process of this configuration is going to be exactly the same as this configuration, right? So these 2 configurations will continue the process in the same way, right? So we can group them together and compare them. We don't need to choose 3 of them. We can choose only 1. And the one that we choose is going to be the one that is smallest, because they are the same, right? They do the same thing. Okay? Again, these 2, they are the same, right? To do it more consistently, more systematically, we introduce a label, right? So this label means that the degree of this vertex, which will be connected to the rest of the graph, is uneven. So U is uneven. is odd, right? So this is odd and this is odd, and it has only one component. Here it's even and even, one component. Here, even, 0. It has 0 degree and then one component. So we introduce this label, right? And everything in the same label is gonna be equivalent. It's gonna be the same, it do the same thing, right? It can continue the same way. So, as I said, we don't need to pick all of them. We can just pick one in each class. So we calculate the length of the graph, right? So each graph has its length. The length is calculated from the actual warehouse, its actual length, right? So we have all this number, and then we pick the one that has smallest number, which means the smallest, the shortest, shortest route, right? Now, we have only 5 instead of 9, right? And there is a theorem, we can prove it, that at each time in the process, we can cut the possibility into only seven equivalent classes. So it means that instead of multiplying 5, 6, 5, 6, we have only 6, up to 7 in the first component. And then when I join these two components together, instead of 6 and 5, 6 and 5, we have this picture. We have up to 7 classes. When we add these two components together, we still have only 7. Adding this component again, doing the reduction, we still have 7. Okay, continuing the process, we still have 7 at each time in the process. So the number of configuration from that big number is reduced to 7 each time. So we can compute it with low memory, right? And at the end, out of the 7 configurations, we pick the one which has one connected component. It means that the picker can go pick all the item in one route. And we pick the one with minimum distance. Just compare all the 7, easy. Okay, so that's the big picture of the algorithm, right? So, if you look at the paper, it's not easy to read, but the idea, the concept is very easy. It uses only mathematical thinking, right? And a little bit of graph theory, a little bit of vocabularies, but nothing is special. That work has been generalized in many ways. Rubergan and DeCoster extended into 2 or more blocks, right? And then this group of people, including me, try to implement it when the picker start at one location and end at another location. So he doesn't need to start at the depot and then come back at the depot, right? And different warehouses have been implemented. There is a warehouse called Chevron, Leaf, and maybe other, right? And there is a question of multiple pickers. Can we modify the algorithm so that it can be used to multiple pickers? What about picker blockage, right? Normally in the warehouse, the aisle is not wide enough for 2 pickers. So if there are 2 pickers in one aisle, there is a blockage, right? Can we avoid that? Is there any algorithm to avoid that blockage, or maybe to reduce it? And the last question would be more theoretical. So what would be the graph invariant that indicate the picker blockage? So it means that if we look at only the graph, can we predict the blockage? Can we find the expected number of the blockage? Can we say something about two warehouses, that which one has less blockage and which one has more blockage? Something like that. That's all I have. It may be a little too quick because I have something to attend at 11:30. So sorry for that. And thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Panupong Fichitkunakorn, for your presentation. It reminds me to John Nash theory, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Panupong. Okay, to all participants, we have maybe 10 minutes to pose questions and also answer questions by the presenters. So there are some questions in chat box. I will read some of them, and those to Professor Alan and also to Professor Naoyasu Nikita. Naoyasu Kita. Sorry. I will read first questions to Professor Alan. Professor, I will read first. Wait. Let's see. Okay, from Ratri. Ratri.
Yeah, I have answered her question, but
okay, sorry. Munawar also. I'll see that from Siakwala University.
Yeah, I have answered his question too.
Okay. Now,
maybe and sorry to be difficult. What I've done is I've sent the PowerPoint slides via the chat. I don't know whether it's going to go through. It says it has, simply because with Munawar, who's actually from Aceh but is studying at Songkla, he was having trouble getting the students to engage, the older students. And why I've sent the slides, you may remember there were two slides that were, I was asking people to react. So, there was one slide that says, is Professor Allen talking too fast? And asked a response. Well, I can't really do much with that. But if I asked a question about mathematics or whatever, what I would do, okay, I could have a class of 100 students. So I'm watching, and as soon as I get a response from someone, I don't care whether it's agree or disagree, I'm going to ask that person, oh, thank you, Mr. or Mrs. or whatever, so-and-so. Can you explain why, why did you give that response? What were you thinking? Now, I don't care whether I agree or disagree. It doesn't matter. So the student explains why they chose yes or no. And then I don't say, well, yes, I agree, I don't. That's old normal way back in Heraclitus' time. What I will ask then is I'll ask a more general question of the students. Who agrees with that response? Who agrees with this student, what they've said? And then I will try and look at, agree, disagree, try and get them to discuss this. You see, we have to work hard. The older the students get, they've been trained to be nice, sit still, keep quiet, write it all down, we have to, so as educators, we have to work against this. The only way to do that is through our questions, and to stop jumping in to save our students, to give them the answers rather than ask them, try and get them to tell us more about their thinking, and whether it is right or wrong, give it to the group, get what the group think. It's in this discussion that you can then impose a question or two to try and lead them the way you want them to go. But remember, it's okay. If they make a mistake, it's okay. You know, they're in a safe environment. They're in your classroom. And so it's okay to make a mistake. It's okay to have an opinion and then later on change it. So that's really why I sent those PowerPoint slides. You can use them whatever you like with them, to be quite honest. If you can download them, I'm not sure. Sorry for all that,
maybe
Dr. Dharma.
Okay, maybe we will ask you later to share your presentation.
Yeah, I just did. I sent it on chat. So if you go into chat, you should be able to click on it and download it.
Okay.
So anyone out there that wanted those PowerPoint slides, just click and it'll download. It'll tell you how to do it, I hope.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'll have to, if it doesn't work, if people try it and for some reason it's not, what I can do is maybe put a PDF file up, which is smaller. And that, so let me know if you've tried to download it and it didn't work, please send me a chat and I'll put up a PDF version of the PowerPoint. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Alan.
Okay, no worries.
There is a question to Professor Naoyasu Kita. The question is from Ogi Deni Wijaya. He is from Brawijaya University in Malang. I will read the question to you, Professor. Okay. The question is, we can consider a complex number as similar to a point in R power 2. So what a difference between the definition of what is a point dividing line segment in R power 2 and a point dividing line segment in complex space? Please, Professor. Okay.
Yes, it's a very good question because I can answer to that question quickly. When a point in complex numbers, then the point has 4 fundamental operations. For example, addition, subtraction, and multiplication and divisions. But a point in R2, then the multiplication and the division is not defined. There is such differences. Okay, it's my answer to that question.
Okay, thank you, Professor. There is one question to, wait. I think I see. To Dr. Fichit Kunakorn. Yeah, the question is, oh, sorry, it's not question. It's from Professor Trena. Sorry, my mistake. Okay, I think all question is already been answered by Professor Alan and also Professor Naoyasu. So I think it's the end of session 1. And I would like to thank Professor Naoyasu Kita, Professor Alan White, and Dr. Panupong Fichit Kunakorn for your attendance and also for sharing knowledge to all of us in Patimura University, and also to all students, all participants in various places in Indonesia. Once again, thank you very much, and we are very grateful and honored for your participation in our conference. Okay. I leave it back to the host, Adeline. maybe you can share the screen of, on.
Can I say that for people who were thinking of downloading those PowerPoint, you better do it, because if we end this session, you won't be able to get them. So
Okay.
do it now. Apparently they can be downloaded. So
To all participants, maybe you can download Professor Alan presentation material by clicking on the link that he has provided in chat box.
can I make one more thing? If there's anything wrong with the Bahasa, let me know, will you? I did my best with the slides. But
Actually, your Bahasa is good.
is it?
Yeah.
It's getting better, you mean?
It's getting better. When, well, maybe okay, that is the certificate for all keynote speakers. Okay, Adele, please. I'll leave it back to you. Adeline, please. Adele.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dharma, and thank you for all our keynote speakers for plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, step on to the following agenda is lunch and break time. After that, I kindly invite you all to be ready for the room with the ID and password that was previously informed by the committee at 2 p.m. based on East Indonesian time. And we will continue with parallel sessions, which is parallel session 1 with 4 invited speakers. They are Dr. Murtadi Intan Dethiena, MSE, with moderator Y.A. Lesnusa, MSE for Pure Mathematics. The second is Dr. Fajar Adikusumo, MSE, with moderator Dr. Che Laamena for Applied Mathematics. The third is Professor Wahyu Widada, MPD, and Dr. Ruli Charitas Indra Prahmana, MPD, with moderator De Nilawayan, MPD, for Mathematics Education. After parallel classes, there will be a closing ceremony, so I kindly invite you all to join with us with the same ID and password for the opening ceremony. Thank you for your attention. You can leave this room just now.
Okay, Professor Nauya Sukita, Dr. Panupok Ficitkunakorn, and Professor Alan. Thank you once again, and I hope we can meet again in the coming events in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ya, Bos. Makan dulu. Dari pagi.
Oke, dapat background